Wow, junk DNA. What is junk DNA? Non-functional DNA? DNA sequence that has no relevant biological function? Says who, boss? How can y'all judge our DNA? How can y'all tell us that two DNAs are, or this DNA is that DNA, or all DNA are the same? You know you're dealing with X-Men, right? X chromosome knocker, right? So is all this junk DNA going to be reattaching soon? Does it come with this electromagnetic power, this black sun eclipse, aurora borealis? Is it coming, man, from within? Your dragon rising? Is this junk DNA? Is this stuff they call junk more treasured than they would like you to believe? Does it have to do with your memories, your memsos, man? Your treasure, thoughts, your skills? It's like the Matrix, like Neo, when he plugged into that type of computer thing and he was able to upload all type of skills like Kung Fu, right? Trinity can upload how to fly a helicopter on the spot. Are these your uploads? Imagine, somebody breaking into your office and they take your hard drive and they say, well, I ain't gonna use it, so they just throw it out in the back in their backyard for the trash man to pick up because it's junk now, right? But on that hard drive are all your memories, right? All your, stored away, your storehouses of knowledge and, your, what they call it, oh man, a shared records, a scared, something like that, man. I think it's really important. I want to remember this. Something like shared records. I know I'm spelling it wrong. Akashic. Yeah, Akashic records. Thank y'all for the download. Y'all just gave me a download. Yeah, they want to take us into their theories, but man. Akashic records. Compendium of all universal events, thoughts, words, emotions, and intent ever to have occurred in the past, present, or future in terms of all entities, life forms, not just human. They are believed by sophists to be encoded in a non-physical plane of existence known as the mental plane. Because it is believed that the records are encoded vibrationally into the inherent fabric of space. So CERN is trying to collide these particles to get this dark matter to understand the fabric of space, right? NASA shooting rockets so they can understand the fabric of the ionosphere, space, right? We want to study the corona, the sun, the fabric of space. Right? They're still trying to study you. And you are this space. You are connected with it. You are part of these Akashic records. You are part of this vibrational pattern, this sacred geometry. And when you're in code, you frequency up, you get into a certain sacred geometrical pattern. You in that 432. 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. You in that spiral. This is Akashic is a Sanskrit word for the ether, my nigga. Akash. That's what I'm talking about, right? That's what we talking about. Now we're talking about the fifth element, quintessence, material that fills the region of the universe beyond the terrestrial sphere. God, we want to understand the fabric of the universe. We want to understand the ether, but they tried to abolish the ether. They tried to abolish your Akasha. They tried to abolish your memories. When they go to outer space, my naga, they're going into your records, right? They're going into your Akash. Space, sky, ether, and traditional Indian cosmology, depending on the religion. The term has also been adopted in Western occultism and spiritualism in the late 19th century. In many modern Indo-Aryan languages and Dravidian languages, the corresponding word, often referred to Akash, retains the generic meaning of sky. This went deeper than we thought. The word in Sanskrit is derived from a root cos, meaning to be. It has, or it appears, as a masculine noun in Vedic Sanskrit with a generic meaning of open space, vacuity. In classical Sanskrit, the noun acquires the neuter gender and may express the concept of sky, atmosphere. In Vedic philosophy, the word acquires its technical meaning of an ethereal fluid imagined as pervading the cosmos, like that water. Sound like that man sauce yourself to real, take the wheel. Ethereal fluid pervading the cosmos. Okay. I mean, we just digging on it. Why not? It's the year of the dragon. It's the year of the dragon. In Vedic Hinduism, Akash means the basis and essence of all things in the material world, the first element created. A Vedic mantra, I mean, you tell me, indicates the sequence of initial appearance of the five basic gross elements. Thus first appeared the space from which appeared air, from that fire or energy, from which the water, and then from the earth. It is one of the, you tell me, of five gross elements. Its main characteristic is Shabda, or sound. Now that Shabda sounds a lot like Sheba, man. Just remember, because we're just talking Shambhala. We're just talking Sheba. Just remember that. Because now we're just talking sound, upper sky, space, all right? Nyaya, or Vaisheshika. Schools of Hindu philosophy state the Akasha, or ether, is the fifth physical substance, which the substratum of the quality of sound. It is the one, eternal, and all-pervading physical substance, which is imperceptible. Whoa. An all-pervading physical substance, imperceptible. We're talking sound, which is wow, right? With the word. In the beginning, there was the word, man. The sound, right? According to Samkhya school, Akasha is one of the five Mahabhutas, or grand physical elements having the specific property of sound. Akasha is vibration. Akasha is sound. Akasha is your memory, is your water, is your sky. In Shiva Purana, it identifies Akasha as having the only attribute of sound, frequency, right? In Linga Purana, Akasha is translated as firmament. Woo! Letting you know that the dome is all sound, man, all frequency. And listed as one of the 1008, 1 plus 8 is 9 names of Lord Shiva. And we're going to talk Shiva, man, because we're going to talk Sir. Sometimes, it's a he, sometimes it's a she, but we know they, are really copping the style of Sheba, Shaba. We're just talking Shaba, Sheba. And they turn our queens, our dragon queens, right, into the goddess or gods of destruction in their language because, they're writing about us. They're writing about us. When it came to war against us, Sheba is a god of destruction to them. God, we're talking sound vibration. We're talking Akasha. Okay? Just taking a nice Akashic flow. So they're believed by Theosophists to be encoded in a non-physical plane of existence known as the mental plane because it is believed that the records are encoded vibrationally with that sound frequency, right, into the inherent fabric of space. Some have likened the mechanism as similar to how holograms are created. There is currently no scientific evidence for the existence of the Akashic records. Well, your science is far behind this frequency, man. Your science is far behind this vibration. Your science hasn't even confirmed gravity as a law. It's still a theory, boss. You still can't prove your ball with your science. How can you prove the Akashic records? How can you prove the vibration of the one? You're still calling our DNA junk DNA. Junk DNA. Why is 98% of our DNA called junk? What? 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 Let me back up behind the veil and open up the curtain again. They said, why is 98% of our DNA called junk? Are you kidding me? There's scientists that can't prove gravity, can't prove the Akashic records. There's science that's calling 98% of our DNA, our frequency, our connection, junk DNA. Only about 1% of our DNA is made up of protein coding genes. The other 99% is non-coding. Non-coding DNA does not provide instructions to make proteins. Oh boy, I didn't know it was this. I didn't know it was this serious with the Year of the Dragon. I didn't know it was this serious when it comes to transformations. Second Baruch, chapter 51. I didn't know it was this serious when it comes to being transformed, magnified by transformations. As for the honor and splendor of those who prove to be righteous on account of my Torah, my law, my code, KTC, MHOE, those who possess intelligence in their life, those who planted the root of wisdom in their heart, their honor and splendor will then be magnified by transformations. And the shape of their face will be changed into the light of their beauty, so that they may acquire and receive the undying world which is promised to them. $99 is non-coding. In other words, 99 is non-perceived by this hijack, or 99 is being purposely ignored. And all this spraying they doing, and all this GMOing they doing, all this genocide they doing, all this controlling our image and trying to keep us in this base frequency they doing, all this confusing our cons, keeping us in fear, keeping us in anger. All this they doing is part of their spell, their magic to keep the other 99% dormant, right? Because we just functioning really off the 1%. We just popping off the 1%. They have no idea what's going to happen when you're at 100%. They just say, oh, they're not providing any instructions, boss. So we're going to call it junk DNA. Because its DNA does not provide instructions. We can't compute the purpose of this. That's like them breaking into your house and just throwing out all your photo albums. Again, your computers, your hard drives, your, Nintendo Switches, all your things that got data stored on them, your phones, right? Just, your favorite couch, your favorite chair, your bed, your favorite food, because they don't like that food and they don't sleep on those type of beds and they just want to remodel everything, throw your stuff out and call it junk. Call it junk. They threw out Granddaddy wallet too. Is that junk? Yeah, that would be included in their junk pile, right? Junk DNA. Because they got no idea what happens when a house is a home. They have no idea the purpose of those memories when a house is a home. They have no idea the frequency when a house becomes a home, when X marks the spot again. This is junk to you? Well, we about to see. We about to see what it's really hitting for. We about to compare our junk. We about to have a garage sale in this mother. We about to have a garage sale. We compare our junk to your junk. I guarantee we got more junk in the trunk. I guarantee we got more junk than you, man. I guarantee our junk is like Radio Shack, man. Your junk is like, like an old abandoned, you know, crack house, man. our our shit is real, man. Our shit is high technology junk, man. Want to compare this, man? Come to our garage sale. It's gonna be like coming to Best Buy, man. You can get everything in our garage sale, man, because that's how much stuff we got stored up. We got the codes, man. We got the frequency, but you just couldn't compute it. You couldn't understand the instructions. These instructions aren't for you. They're not for you. They're not yours to understand. They're scientists. They're not for you, right? They're not for the scientists. They're not for you, scientists. These instructions are not for you. This code is not for you. Junk, non-functional. The function is the present, and this present ain't for you. No relevance to who? It seems very, personal. It seems like a personal beef. Most organisms have some junk DNA in their genomes. I guarantee you compare organisms and some have, you know, way more, you know, connectivity. You know what I'm saying? You're just throwing it all into the junk pile. You can't compare our junk to your hijacked junk, what you call it junk. But it is possible that some organisms has substantial amounts of junk DNA. Look at this, man. Some organisms have substantial amounts of junk. Like who? Like I told you, all junk ain't the same, right? All protein coding regions of genes are generally considered as functional elements in genomes. Additionally, non-protein coding regions such as genes for ribosomal RNA and transferred RNA regulatory sequences controlling expression of those genes elements of the genome involving origins of replication in all species, centromeres, telomeres, and scaffold attachment regions in eukaryotes are generally considered as functional elements of genomes as well. So they get to consider what they consider functional. They get to make the decision for what they consider is having a function for you. They gave you just enough. They give you just enough, and I guarantee this is all controlled with the 440 hertz, with all this vibration. On top of all that GMO and then sprayed in the skies, look at all these towers, right? Look at all this frequency they got us in our radios and TVs and computers, and it's all 440. That's why they took the bells down. Someone dropped this drop on the Rebel. Remember that Rebel drop? We might get that again. Oh man, I'm trying to see if I can find this other drop. Maybe is it in Discord? It might be in the Discord, man. I'm gonna check in with the Discord too. Shout out to the Discord cons, man. You can see the links. Click and get in the Discord, man. We over here having high power conversations, man. Hey, it's all happening. But those ancient bells, those big old bells, that they start taking down all the bells, right? But these bells were able to lift the veil. The bells were able to lift the veil. I think they showed it on was it Venom, one of those cartoons where they hit a big bell and then his venom thing started like melting and all that stuff. Like the frequency of these bells was able to, mask their, what I'm saying, illusion. It was able to tear back the veil of their illusion. Menagerie, what I'm saying? So able to rip it back for a second. You could see their dog heads again. You hit that bell, you could see their dog heads again, man. So, hey, that's why they took the bells down. I'm just saying. All right, so they calling our stuff junk DNA. I'm just saying X marks the spot. Seems to be all happening to me in the year of the dragon. Yeah. Let's say only 1% of your DNA gets reconnected, right? Let's say only 1% of you gets back. That's doubling up because you already at 1%. You're already using 1% functionality. Imagine having 2%. Oh my goodness. So you're gonna feel like you super popping off just off 2%. But why I say you're gonna be popping off, man. Don't let me get a second Zechariah 12 again. Shout out to Comp Fresh, man. I think it's his favorite scripture, man. Zechariah 12. Yeah, we're talking about the splendor of the righteous and the splendor of the wicked. The splendor of those that are now acting wickedly will be made more evil. So you're going to see their dog heads again. They shall suffer torment. It will happen after this day which I appointed is over, that both the shape of those who are found guilty to be guilty, and also the splendor of those who have proved to be righteous will be changed, for the shape of those who now act wickedly will be made more evil than it is now, so that they shall suffer torment. And also for the honor and splendor of those who prove to be righteous on account of my Torah, those who possess intelligence in their life, those who planted the root of wisdom in their heart. Their splendor and honor will then be magnified by transformations, and the shape of their face will be changed into light of their beauty, so that they may acquire and receive the undying world, which is promised to them. Transformations. It's like you tapping in to your records again. Universal events, thoughts, words, emotions, intent, ever to have occurred in your past, present, future. It's all happening, right? Yeah, they know it's here. Encoded, right? Encoded in a non-physical plane of existence. Encoded, well, they're talking about this protein coding region, right? They're talking about genome coding and all this, and I'm saying they don't have the code, and we don't have the code until we start to keep the code. We don't have the code until we start to keep the code. The idea that only a fraction of human genome could be functional dates back to the 1940s. The estimated mutation rate in humans suggested, we're talking X-Men, mutations. You tapping in, huh? Suggests that if a large fraction of those mutations were deleterious, then the human species could not survive much or such a mutation load. This led to predictions in the 1940s by one of the founders of Popular Genetics, JBS Haldane, and Nobel laureate Herman Mueller, that only a small percentage of human genome contains functional DNA elements, genes that can be destroyed by mutation. That's what they've been doing with eugenics the whole time, just trying to destroy what they're calling, our mutations, with mutations. They create mutations to destroy mutations, the coming together of opposites. All protein coding regions generally considered functional elements in genome. Encoded in a non-physical plane of existence. Transformation. It's magnified. It's the year. It's the year of the dragon. Yeah, the wood dragon too, man. Inglewood. Yeah, they said the wood dragon brings evolution, improvement, abundance. Yeah, okay. Evolution, improvement, and abundance, huh? Hey, authority, prosperity, authority, like a left, like strong power, right? It says Eclipse is making an left over America. Leadership, right? So in the year of the dragon, you have an left, symbolizing authority, strong power, prosperity, good fortune, evolution, improvement, abundance. Okay. I like this wood dragon. According to Chinese, you know where China is, man. Let's go. Horoscope 2024, the dragon represents authority, prosperity, and good fortune. Those who were born in the year of the dragon are known for their captivating demeanor, distinct personality, and strong leadership abilities. Back to this leader thing, strong power, leader, right? Wood dragon year has already started from February 10th. Well, we just starting a brand new Hebrew year, man. Happy Kum year, man. Baruch Basah. It's all lining up. The wood dragon year 2024 will, when combined with the nourishing wood element, will bring evolution. So the wood element brings what? Evolution, improvement, and abundance for the cause, man. It is the perfect time for rejuvenated beings. Ain't that what the dragon represents in alchemy? Rejuvenation. Because we ain't talking about no chemical serpent, huh? Yeah, we ain't talking no salamanders, man. We ain't talking no serpents representing the impersonal nature, like AI, like robotics, unconscious, bursting into consciousness. The act of Kanyen Shield of bringing together of opposites. This is what they've done on us. Mutations, right? Now we got their androgyny, their cernunos, their cosmic serpent, supreme serpent. Who's that? Brings everything to life, but also kills everything. Jack. Danger, danger, right? Now, so when you say serpent in the Bible, you got to know what you're talking about. Are you talking about a serpent? You know what I mean? Or are you talking about a dragon? You know, two different things. We talking about the year of the wood dragon, right? That green wood free Phoenix dragon. We're talking about the Americana. The alchemical dragon represents the philosophical quicksilver. Unlike ordinary mercury, the philosophical quicksilver is a mysterious substance of unknown origin. From this quicksilver, the living spirit can be extracted. While the dragon does not represent this living spirit directly, right? In other words, the dragon is not the living spirit. However, it is the vessel in which the spirit is contained. In other words, it's the guardian. It's guarding the gates. It's protecting the spirit. It's protection. It's guardian angel, guardian dragon. This is the year of the dragon. It's time for rejuvenation, renewal, right? Some alchemical texts mention a process to identify the spirit or the soul of all things. The dragon is prepared from the philosopher's venom. The Mercurius fires up the primordial dragon, giving it wings. In a physical sense, this is a process of vaporization. The universal spirit is the blood of that dragon. The spirit's in the blood, right? The blood is the spirit. And that dragon is the protector. They've been trying to hijack the dragon for a long time. They've been trying to hijack the cons for a long time. The dragon, as a fabulous winged being, symbolizes philosophical renewal, rejuvenation, right? You think this is an accident? that in alchemy there's a dragon and there's a serpent. So that's your snake, that's your fox, that's your cynocephala, dog heads, that's your AI, that's your robots, impersonal, unconscious, just now bursting into consciousness, boss, killing everything, right? Danger, danger. Yeah, there's a big difference. And when you got the dragon eating its own tail, man, that means you got the Naga devouring ourselves, killing ourselves. That means we're killing ourselves with how we're eating and how we're speaking and, how we're treating each other. We're killing ourselves with how we are, hearkening to our code, listening to our code, keeping our code, or not keeping our code. Either you're giving yourself life or you're giving yourself death. But the dragon is about renewal, my nigga. It's the year of the dragon. It's about rejuvenation, evolution, improvement, abundance, rejuvenated beings, setting the foundation for long time success. It's about renewal, my nigga. So the year of the dragon represents renewal because the dragon is renewal and it happens to be the time of renewal. And X is marking the spot and it's forming a left. Third solar eclipse in 3 years. Unheard of. Crisscrossing over the same spot. Unheard of. So this frequency is real. No matter what you experience on that day, just know it's a marker. And you need to surf the wave with this new energy, this new inner chi, this key is the key to life, man. It's about renewal. To them, it's a mysterious substance of unknown origin, so they call it what? Junk DNA. Because they don't understand the code. Computers not computing to them. It's not providing enough instructions for them to compute, boss. So they can only compute off the 1%. They don't know how much we're really computing off. They're just saying things. They're just talking stuff. It's non-coding to them. They don't understand instructions. It's a mysterious substance of unknown origin, but it has to do with the living spirit. This living spirit has to do with the encoding of the non-physical. It has to do with the past, the present, and the future. All universal events, your thoughts, your words, your emotions, all your intent, man. This living spirit has to do with the instructions to keep the code. That is your coding. That is your coding. They call it junk because it's mysterious. So welcome to your success, my dog. Welcome back to your beginning, your rejuvenation, your abundance, your improvement. Hey, happy Kum year. Welcome back to your evolution. Get ready for the revelation and the revolution. Get ready for the renewal. Halal HaWah. The words of Koheleth, son of David, king of Jerusalem. Vanities of vanities, says Koheleth. Vanities of vanities, all is vanity. What profit hath man of all his labor, wherein his labor, where he labored under the sun? One generation passes away, another generation comes, and the earth abides forever. The sun also arises, and the sun goes down, and hastens to his place where he arises. The wind goes toward the south, turns about onto the north, and it turns about continuously in its circuit. And the wind returns again to its circuit. And all the rivers run into the sea. Yet the sea is not full. Unto the place whither the rivers go, thither they go again. All things toil to weariness. Man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. That which has been is that which shall be, and that which has been done is that which shall be done. And there is nothing new under the sun. I love this one, man. The eclipse. These signs are nothing new under the sun. We always knew that they have meaning. But I will say that this particular sign here uh, appears to be a new marker that even the ancients have to return to witness this one. Like, this is a very special alignment of your freedom. And I hope it's not cyclical to a point where we got to keep falling back to sleep over and over again. I pray that this is your spiral up moment, that you spiral up and never have to spiral back down these corridors again to relearn or reattach to yourself. I pray that you continue to be one with who you are, with who HaWah, has transformed you to be. Halal HaWah. There is nothing new under the sun. Is there a thing whereof it is said, see, this is new, it had been already in the ages which were before us, there is no remembrance of them or former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of them in latter times that are to come, among those that shall come after. I, Koheleth, have been king over Israel in Jerusalem, and I applied my heart to seek and to search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under heaven, and it is a sore task that HaWah has given to the sons of men to be exercised therewith. I have seen all the works that are done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity, striving after the wind. That which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. I spoke with my own heart, saying, lo, I have gotten great wisdom, more also than all that were before me over Jerusalem. Yea, my heart hath had great experience of wisdom and knowledge, and I applied my heart to know wisdom, HaWah, and to know madness and folly. And I perceived that this also was striving after wind, for in much wisdom is much vexation, and he that increases knowledge increases sorrow, because it hurts to know the truth, right? They say the truth hurts. Let's go. Just know that there are three Moshes. Just thinking about this Cairo, Illinois. you know, we're on Preston 136 now. So I thought I'd sprinkle in a little pre-drop as we talk about this eclipse. The three Moseses, man. There's more than this, I think, but we know the Moses we know. Let's learn a couple more, right? All this has to do with Exodus, right? All this got to do with change, renewal. So, gotta talk Moshe. Love to JewishHistory.com. When Providence creates men who are destined to lead nations to order and happiness, it seems to impart to these sons of genius a portion of his foreknowledge. The axiom of a great historian applies himself to three eminent men in Israel, all bearing the name of Moses, who have shone at the head of the sons of Jacob, like the column of fire which guided them in the desert. Moses, the son of Amram, condemned to death from his very birth, found at the borders of the Nile, and educated by charity, was chosen by HaWah as the instrument of revealing his holy law, nursed under the shadow of the throne of the pharaohs. It is he who first inspired his brothers, and the first idea of independence. He broke their fetters, and for 40 years he subdued their undisciplined mass. He put on the triple crown of a prophet, a warrior, and a legislator. Like I'm saying, Moses was a priest king, man. Moses was on the front lines, Con. He was king of Cush for 40 years, according to the book of Jasher, right? King of Cush, right? King of Cush. Before he saved the children out of his, all that, he was king of Cush 40 years. It's King Moshe, man. Better put some respect on Moshe's name, man. 4,000 years have passed over his grave without weakening the rays of his immortal glory as prophet, as warrior, as legislator, lawgiver, priest. Immortal rays, immortal glory goes back to Deuteronomy 34, where it says his eyes were never dim and his life force was never abated or lessened. It never lessened his life force. So he is an immortal ray. 4,000 years have passed over his grave without weakening the rays of his immortal glory. Then you got Moses ben Maimon. And Maimon sounds a little like Amram. I mean, we might have duplicates. We might have phantoms in the timelines. Look up Moses ben Maimonides. Right now, this puts Moses around the year 1100. So, of course, acting like it's a completely different thing. But I'm saying this could all be the same thing. And this Moshe situation could be way more frequent than we think. But let's go. Born 1139, when the splendor of Jerusalem was nothing but an object of memory, and when Israel scattered over the surface of the globe, sought in the skies for the polar star, which was to rally its prescribed families. It was at Cordova that he first saw the light under the name of Musa ibn Maimon, and his first steps in the career of science were there first directed by the Arabian philosopher Averroes. At 24 years of age, his great knowledge, his sublime eloquence, and his thoughts, it sounds a lot like the real Moshe, is what I'm saying. Equally new as bold, caused him to be considered as a dangerous man. It sounds a lot like the real Moshe, right? Because didn't it say he was condemned to death from his very birth, right? All right, I'm just saying, all right, let's go. I ain't going to turn this into Preston 136, but I'm just saying it sounds like the real Moshe. Don't let me go to Anatolia for the mango. 333 years. 1,053 years. 1,778-year time shifts. So you could switch time 1,000 years. It's possible. It's the same Moshe. For the mango, talking chronology. Let's go. He's a dangerous man. He's dangerous too. And not deeming himself any longer safe in his own native land, he fled to Egypt. Really? Egypt? Just like the real Moshe? Where he carries on in order to procure a living, a trade in precious stones. But his immense knowledge could not leave him long in a humble situation. The government of Egypt took him soon as its counselor. Really? Like the real Moshe? But in 1139, in America or Egypt, right? Think of the stories happening in America, man. All right, let's go. So, no longer safe in his own native land, he fled into Egypt. Now they took him as counselor. Then he became a physician to the court. It was at that time that he published different works, among others his commentary on the Mishnah. Under the regent Saladin, he worked 10 years on his notes to the Talmud, which appeared in 14 volumes under the title of Yad Hakasaka. Hasaka. Almost sounds like the Akasha flow, huh? Akasa. Akasa. Almost sound like the Akasa flow. Like that Star Wars character, Sokka. Sokka. Alright, get it bigger, man. This is the most remarkable commentary extant on the immense encyclopedia of the Talmud, or the oral teachings, right? Now, are there any hijack-free oral teachings? Is this, you know what I'm saying? Is it all, did the oral thing start with the hijack? Or did we have our own hijack-free oral teaching that they're calling Talmud? I don't know. But let's listen, man. It says, wise observation, sound judgment, true impartiality, do as yet stamp this learned work as one of great value. At length, besides several works on medicine and philosophy, Moses Maimon, whom the rabbis designate by the name Rambam, published a philosophical summary under the title of The Guide of Those Who Are Gone Astray, Mora Nabukim, a work of the deepest interest, which is yet at this day the object of admiration to the learned, although his works were exposed to the persecution of the envious and mystifiers of his time, because this twofold plague was never wanting at any period of literature. He lived tranquilly at Cairo, right? Ain't X marking the spot near Cairo, Illinois, right? Believed or beloved and esteemed as a man, as a scholar, as a physician, his wealth became the patrimony of the unfortunate, and his leisure moments were devoted to the indigent sick who flocked incessantly to his house. When he died, which was earlier in 1206, ain't that right after the Genghis Khan invasion in America? His loss caused universal regret. His corpse, surrounded by multitude and tears, was carried to Tiberias. The entire people of Israel was in affliction. That sound like the real Moshe? And don't let me research and find out that this Tiberias has anything to do with Moab. Moab and Mount Nebo, man. And the synagogues of Cairo and Alexandria placed the day of his death in the number of days of public mourning. Then you got Moses Mendelssohn, born in 1720 in Dessau in the Duchy of Anhalt in Germany. His father, having but little wealth, could not make sacrifice for his education. Young Mendelssohn had a taste for study, and when his teacher, David Frankel, removed to Berlin, he followed him there. And there, in the familiar intercourse with the learned Aaron Gompertz, he acquired the desire and power of arriving at scientific attainments. But he had to procure his living, and the brilliant talents of Moses Mendelssohn were compelled to submit to the subordinate duties of bookkeeping, and afterwards to the labors of an inspector of the silk factory. Not having the means of paying a teacher or of attending a regular course at the university, he undertook to accomplish his education himself. He saved, by living sparingly, sufficient to buy his first Latin books, and by dint of superhuman efforts, which injured his health, he became one of the most learned men of his time. Moses Mendelssohn possessed the finest talents of all modern Israelites, and Germany is justly entitled to be honored for counting him among the number of its writers at the first rank. This man, who instructed himself alone, has immortalized himself by an elegant and faithful translation of the Bible into the native tongue, and some works in which science and philosophy lavish their profoundest instruction. This simple clerk acquired for himself friends among all ranks and admirers among all persuasions. The Israelites, above all, have vowed him a deep gratitude for the admirable lessons which he has left them, and the impulse which he has given to the great work of their emancipation, their freedom. Did you hear about this? His contemporaries surrounded him with esteem and admiration, and posterity, while ratifying this judgment, has joined thereunto the expression of his thankfulness. It says a slight error, because Mendelssohn did not translate more than the 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, and the books of Song of Solomon, Ruth, Lamentations, Esther, and Ecclesiastes. The other books of the Bible have been rendered into German by different persons since his death, and the elucidation of the sacred writers by the countrymen of Mendelssohn is continued to this day. So they don't know, if he wrote the entire Bible or rewrote it, right? But he said he did not translate more than the 5 books. Okay, so he definitely translated the 5 books of Moses. All right, so is this Moses writing the books of Moses, or is this another Moses translating the books of Moses? All the way up to Ecclesiastes, which we just got some of that. All right. These 3 eminent men are the historical stakes, so to say, which mark in the best manner the passage of the Hebrew people through the vicissitudes of history. All right, man. I mean, that's just a little prelude into Prester John 136, coming in hot, coming in hot. ThaWaDa Managas for serving the way. Jeremiah 48. Let's get this, and then we're going to touch on the topics that, this is just giving us the foundation. We're just putting the soil down so we can really surf this wave. Jeremiah 48. We're going to talk CERN. We're going to talk these rockets. We're going to watch a few video clips, and just do some deciphering like we always do. We'll get into the Discord, talk a little Tecumseh as we talk, and this is part 3. Get the previous 2 parts. My Naga, I implore you, surf the wave. Click the links. Let's get it. Jeremiah 48, HaWah of Moab. Yeah, let's talk to Moab in here for a second. Let's just talk to Moab in here, man. Moab, pull up a seat. We need to talk. Because you see the signs in the sky. You running, you building bunkers. You traveling to distant islands. You going up, you going down. You going left, you going right. You just can't get it right, though. Nowhere to hide. You might as well come on home. Come get this work. We couldn't hide. There was nowhere to hide for us. We had to get this work. We tried to hide. We couldn't hide. We had to get this work. Thus says HaWah, the power of Israel. Woe unto Nebo, for it is spoiled. Kiriathaim is put to shame, it is taken. Misgab is put to shame and dismay. The praise of Moab is no more. In Heshbon they have devised evil against her. Come and let us cut her off from being a nation. Thou also, O madman, shall be brought to silence. The sword shall pursue thee. Hark, a cry from Hora Naim, spoiling and great destruction. Moab is destroyed. It's time to come on home, Moab. Oh, I always looked out for the children a lot, you know that. But we all got to be accountable for our actions. Come on home like Ruth had to come on home. Everybody loves Ruth, but she had to keep the code of the power of Israel. Asherah. She had to come home to the Khan dynasty. She had to come home and become a code keeper. Worship the true power. Because Moab is destroyed. Her little ones have caused a cry to be heard. For by the ascent of Lahith, with continual weeping shall they go up. For in the going down of Horonaim, they have heard the distressing cry of destruction. Flee, save your lives, and be like tamarisk in the wilderness. For because thou have trusted in thy works and in thy treasures, thou also shalt be taken. And your God, Kamash, shall go forth into captivity. His priests and princes together. You still summoning this power? Captivity. Taken because you trust in your works and your treasures. You trust in your false no power. And all y'all shall go to captivity. The spoiler shall come upon every city, and no city shall escape. The valley also shall perish, and the plain shall be destroyed. As HaWah has spoken, give wings unto Moab, for she must fly and get away. Yeah. She want to fly and get away. Where you want to go? To worlds beyond the pole? Past the Antarctica poles? You want to go into a vortex? You want to create a portal with Cernunos? You trying to go through a portal, boss? Verse 9, give wings unto Moab, for she must fly and get away, and her cities shall become a desolation, without any to dwell in. Cursed be he that doeth the work of HaWah with a slack hand. You slipping? Cursed be he that keeps back the sword from blood. Moab has been at ease from his youth, and he shall settle. He has settled on the less, and hath not emptied from vessel to vessel, neither hath he gone into captivity. Really, Moab? Really? You watched us go into captivity? You helped sell us into captivity? You yourself put us in captivity? But you have never gone in captivity. You have never been emptied, Moab? Therefore his taste remains in him. That's why you so haughty. That's why you think you're the royals. That's why you think you're the bourgeois, right? and his scent is not changed. Yeah, you still got your haughty royal regal scent, huh? Therefore, haughty-eyed Charles, therefore behold the day come. Oh, what day? What day? When X marks the spot, that kind of day, saith HaWah, that I will send unto him them that tilt up. Whoa, you don't want to be tilted up now. And they shall tilt him up, and they shall empty his vessels. You're going to be empty. Your pocket's going to be empty. Your things are going to disappear. You're going to be tilted up. The days come. Because you haven't gone into captivity before, Moab. You don't know what this feels like. You know what somebody just fresh out of jail, they smelling you. You just smelling like new money, man. You just smelling like, you know how it is if you just go in to captivity. You smelling like you just came right off the street. You got a fresh haircut. Other inmates looking at you like, damn, it's looking like real fresh, like smelling like real street sauce over here, man. You've never gone into captivity. You've never been empty. So I will tilt you up and empty your vessels and break their bottles into pieces, and Moab shall be ashamed of their God. Because your God can't save you, Moab. You're going to be ashamed of this. As the house of Israel was ashamed. Yep, it happened to us. If this is what HaWah does to HaWah's own children, HaWah's own seed, what do you think HaWah's going to do to you? That's why you running. That's why you got to fly away, right? You trying to get away from your desolation, from your destruction. You vanquished us, but you don't want to be destroyed. But none of your cities will escape. You got to go into captivity. Does it say in the book of Isaiah, take them into captivities whose captives you were? Because they've never gone into captivity. But we had to go through it. We had to be ashamed of Bethel. We had to be ashamed of the hijacks we was serving. How say ye, we are mighty men and valiant men for the war. Moab is spoiled. And they are gone up into their cities, and his chosen young men are gone down to slaughter, says the king, whose name is HaWah. The calamity of Moab is near to come, and his affliction hastens fast. Your affliction has come. Our redemption has come, and your affliction has come. Ain't that how the tables turn? Ain't that how it shall be tilted up? Oh, haughty-eyed Charles. Ain't it how tables have turned? The calamity of Moab is come. Affliction has hastened fast. Bemoan him, all you that are around him. Just moan for this cat, because all ye that knows his name, say, how is the strong staff broken, that beautiful rod? O thou daughter that dwells in the bond, come down from thy glory and sit in thirst, for the spoiler of Moab has come up against you and have destroyed thy strongholds. O inhabitant of Aurora, stand by the way and watch. Ask him that flees and her that escapes, says, what hath been done? Moab is put to shame, for it is dismayed. Wail and cry, tell ye, it in Arnon or Antioch that Moab is spoiled. Oh yeah. Yeah, these are the confederacies, right? Psalm 83 that told Israel, we're gonna cut you off from being a nation. They made a confederacy against the chosen ones. This is why they're spoiled. And a judgment is come upon the country of the plain, upon Olan, and upon Jazah, and upon Mapah, and upon Debon, upon Nebo. Now Nebuchadnezzar, right? Captivity, this is what's happening. Babylonian captivities, Babylon today. Nebuchadnezzar is Nebo, defend my boundary. Nebo is Nebo. And upon Beth Deblateam, and upon Karathaam, and upon Beth Kamul, and upon Beth Moan, and upon Kerioth, and upon Basra, and upon the cities of the land of Moab, far and near. The horn of Moab is cut off, and his arm is broken, says HaWah. Make ye him drunken, for he magnified himself against HaWah. Whoa. Talking to you, Moab. Pull up a seat. Don't leave the classroom now. You've been in the back of the class the whole time. Don't tiptoe out the back door now. We start talking about Morish Treaties. Huh? Huh, Moab? We start talking about treaties of peace and friendship, huh? Leading to the slaughter of the Hebrew priest kings in America and all across the earth, plain all across the maximum. You slaughtered us for your version, your vision of Ham and Cush. Ham and Cush, pull up a seat now. Don't tiptoe out the back door now after your back door dragging canoe. You magnified yourself against HaWah. And Moab shall wallow in his vomit, and he also shall be in derision. For was not Israel a derision unto you? Was he found among thieves? For as often as thou speak of him, thou waggest the head. O you that dwell in Moab, leave the cities and dwell in the rock, and be like the dove that makes her nest in the sides of the pit's mouth. We have heard of the pride of Moab. Islam, brother. Nah, man. We heard of the pride of Moab. He's very proud. His loftiness, his Morish code, his Morish shield, his own prophets, his own God. We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very proud. His loftiness and his pride and his haughtiness, haughty-eyed Charles, and the assumption of his heart. He assumes everything, right? He assumes he's right about everything. I know his arrogancy says, why? That it is ill-founded. His boastings have wrought nothing well-founded. Oh, more of this and more of that and the more of this. His boastings have wrought nothing well-founded. Therefore will I wail for Moab. Yea, I will cry out for all Moab. For the men of the Ker Hariz shall my heart moan. With more than the weeping of Jazir will I weep for thee, O vine of Sibmah. Thy branches passed over the sea. They reached even to the sea of Jazar. Upon thy summits, fruits, and upon thy vintage, the spoiler is fallen, and gladness and joy is taken away from the fruitful land and from the land of Moab. And I have caused wine to cease from the wine presses. Pull up a seat, Moab. I see you tiptoeing at the back door. Pull up a seat. Sit your butt down. You're going to get this work today. Because this X marks the spot. Just like it has everything to do with us, got everything to do with you too. Because this is a double-edged sword, right? From the fruitful land, from the land of Moab. Because HaWah gave you land, but that lot wasn't enough for Lot. Lot wanted more. Lot wanted more. The lot that HaWah gave Lot. Joshua gave you land. He said, oh man, nephew of Abraham, you got land too. Nah, man, you wanted more. The shouting shall be no shouting. From the cry of Heshbon even to Alalea, even unto Jahaz, have they uttered their voice from Zoar, even to Horonaim, a heifer of 3 years old, for the waters of Nimrin also shall be desolate. Moreover, I will cause to cease at Moab, says HaWah, him that offers in the high place, and him that offers to his gods. Yeah, you make these offerings, huh? You make these hajjs, you throw stones to Mercules. Therefore my heart moans for Moab like pipes, and my heart moans like pipes for the men of Kirheres. Therefore the abundance that he hath gotten is perished, for every head is bald. What happened to all your richness, Morish kingdom? Is it underground? Is it used to finance more slavery in lands beyond the pole? It has perished just like that. For every head is bald and every beard clipped. Because we know Moab loves rocking their beards. Wasn't just the Hebrews rocking beards, Monagas. Old Hottie Eye Charles got a nice big full beard. They have pride in their beards. Every beard will be clipped. Upon all the hands are cuttings, and upon the loins sackcloth, and on all the housetops of Moab, and in the broad places thereof there is lamentation everywhere. For I have broken Moab like a vessel wherein is no pleasure, says HaWah. How is it broken? Wail you, how hath Moab turned the back with shame? So shall Moab become a derision and a dismay to all that are round about him. For thus says HaWah, behold, he shall swoop as a vulture, and shall spread out his wings against Moab. The cities are taken, the strongholds are seized, and the heart of the mighty men of Moab at that day shall be as the heart of a woman in her pain. And Moab shall be destroyed from being a people, because he has magnified himself against HaWah. It's very clear. It's very clear what you've done. You've magnified yourself. You boasted yourself. You looked at the code and the people of HaWah with haughty eyes. You stole the promised land. You stole the titles. You slaughtered the chosen. Terror and the pit and the trap are upon you, inhabitants of Moab, says HaWah. He that fleeth from the terror shall fall into the pit. Where you going? Where you going, Moab? Where you fleeing to? And he that gets up out the pit shall be taken in the trap. For I will bring upon her, even upon Moab, the year of her visitation, says HaWah. In the shadow of Heshbon, the fugitives stand without strength. For a fire is gone forth out of Heshbon, and a flame from the midst of Sihon. And it devoured the corner of Moab, and the crown of the head of the tumultuous ones. Woe unto you, O Moab! The people of Chemosh is undone. For thy sons are taken away captive, and your daughters into captivity, Yet, uh-oh, 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 all that, and the Creator still got mercy. Because after all that, the Creator still loves you, Moab. Because the Creator loves Abraham, and the Creator loves Lot, and the Creator protects Lot. But you messed up, and you got to come correct, man. Come humble unto HaWah. Yet will I turn the captivity of Moab in the end of days, says HaWah. Thus far is the judgment of Moab. You come humble, and even you will have salvation. But that's going to take a lot of growing pain. And just like we had to go through it, you're going to have to go through it. And our end of days might not be your end of days. I don't know. I don't know about this time thing. But Moab, it's up to you which step you're going to take. Hide behind your veil, try to flee, or come correct and be KTC. Let's jump into some clips, man. Halal HaWah.
Well, people have been
Fair use, fair use. You already know. Section 107. We're going to do some criticism, some comments, some news reporting, some teaching, some scholarship. And let's fall back. Let's have a good time. We're having a good time reconning in this year of the dragon, connecting it with the solar eclipse, connecting it with the Tecumseh's comet, connecting it with whatever CERN is doing, whatever NASA's doing, with our Hebrew New Year, our flow, and connecting it with the recent Israel-Indian tragedy. And it's a tragedy indeed, right? It's been a tragedy to lose everything. For us right now, we're tired of the tragedy. Every day feels tragic. Becoming yourself more and more, just like we read in Ecclesiastics, feels tragic sometimes. Because you feel this stuff more and more. The more you become yourself, the more you feel it. You feel the loss. You feel the hardship, man. You feel everything you've gone through, past, present, right? All that stuff in the Akashic records, right? You start to feel that again. You feel the Indian tragedy, you feel the Israel tragedy. When you combine those things, you see clearly. It becomes a day of mourning. Why I say we're going to come back weeping. Why I say we're going to come back trembling. Hosea 3. So you don't just go from, 0 to 100 and, hey, I'm popping off. I got superpowers. Nah, man, you got to feel this stuff. You got to feel the pain of your actions, not just in this lifetime, but throughout your lives. Your choices, our choices has led us to this intersection, this intersecting point. So George Jones wrote a book about it, the history of ancient America. So when we say it's an Israel Indian tragedy, You gotta ask George Jones, what do you mean? Then you can see the relevance of the junk DNA. Then you can see the relevance of Tecumseh's dragon, Tecumseh's comet, they say, right? Then you can see the relevance of these signs. This crisscross over America is a crisscross over ancient Israel, over Kalaluz. So for some, it's another day. It's just another day. For you, you're tapping into yourself again. This junk DNA, 1% at a time, man. You tripling up, doubling up. This ancient history has everything to do with the Aborigines. It got everything to do with the Israelites. And how they really are trying to impose Christianity on Israel is crazy, right? To try to convert Christianity, not try, excuse me, to convert Israelites to Christianity is crazy, right? Believe in Jesus. What about the Creator? What about Most High over everything? What about no gods before me? It's crazy. Love the Aqua type battle for this drop, man. She just keeps the drop coming, man. Give Aqua the A-ha. And he's writing this to the highest, the royal highness, the queen, the top theologians, man. They're not writing this for you Negroes today. They're writing it for the top brass in their societies. But yet we're talking ancient America and ancient Israel. And we're talking to Tecumseh. Your Majesty, with feelings of enthusiasm founded on the contemplation of a peaceful and patriotic king, do I inscribe to your Majesty the first volume of an effort to delineate the history of ancient America. And then it goes on to talk Hiram the Great and Solomon's Temple. I'm just getting right to it. I'll leave these links. You got them, man. You got them. The drop library is coming up hot. I'm sorry for the time, but it takes time. It's my third time rebuilding it, so patient with a noggin, man. Preface, right, to the deep historical interest expressed by His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge concerning the Aborigines of America may be traced the production of this work. It led the author originally to write the Israel Indian tragedy of Tecumseh. Clear my throat for this, man. It's about to get good. So this Israel Indian tragedy has to do specifically with big tech, man. The War of 1812 was about Hebrews. That's what they're not telling us. This was the last great Hebrew war that lasted over 100 years, all throughout the 1800s. Seminole Creek War, all that stuff was a follow-up to the Israel-Indian tragedy, right? The war, more and more for the promised land in America. It is the Israel-Indian tragedy. God, Tecumseh's Comet has everything to do with the Israel-Indian tragedy. The investigation necessary for writing of the North America called into action the study and observation of years in relation to South America and in contemplating the newly discovered ruined cities and temples upon the moiety of the Western continent. The very spirit of the romance of truth in America, Managi, seemed to find a voice in every sculpted altar, column, stone, or pyramid in America, Managi. And when upon the enthusiastic pursuit of hidden knowledge, Managi, forbidden histories of America, Managi, the sudden discovery of early Christianity or Hebrews in America, Managi, and its sacred promulgator were identified with the Western Hemisphere, sanctioned as is the discovery by Holy Writ, history, tradition, customs. Talking about holy, they're talking about Israel, Managi, and the oracular sculptures of antiquity. Language has no power to express the bounding feeling of the heart when the original vision of the mind became apparent as the stern reality of historical truth. Still talking America, Managi. And about Tecumseh, Tyree, introduction from the preface to the author's historical works upon the life of Tecumseh, named to be used for South and Central America. The fundamental error of the historians of America, essential opposites and character rules of argument for illustrating the theory, the sufficient identity of the North to prove two distinct people, the Aborigines wrongly named Indians by Columbus, the cause of his error and effects. In the prefatory remarks to the forthcoming work upon the chieftain Tecumseh, the following language is used, and we avail ourselves of the privilege of extracting from our own storehouse materials for the commencement of this new historical campaign. The courteous reader, in tracing the fate of Tecumseh as depicted in the pages of his life, will not fail to observe the strong analogy between the religious sentiments of the chief of the forest and those of the ancient Hebrews. This is an Indian Israel tragedy, Managa. We're talking Hebrew invasion when we talk Columbus, man. We're talking Israelites invaded when we talk these Indian wars. We're talking about the land, the promised land. Because Tecumseh, the analogy between Tecumseh is strong between the ancient Israelites, the ancient Hebrews. The language that's uttered by Tecumseh is not written by the pen of fiction, merely to uphold a theory of the brain, but gathered from the archives of a people's history to support a theory of apparent truth. The present writer would not yield to any man in the firm belief that the Aborigines of America and the ancient Israelites are identical. Because there ain't no distinction they trying to make north and south and Udadum. It's tribal from north to south. Where you could say some is Israel and some is Egypt and some is this, but we know we got lots, right? So unless controverted by the stern authority of superior historical deductions, we therefore have formed an original theory, an original theory, an original theory in reference to the natives of the North and those of South and Central America, together with the newly discovered ruined cities in and around Guatemala, and by that theory have separated into two distinct races or peoples, the Aborigines of the Western Hemisphere, the lately recovered ruined cities and temples in Central America, and of which no ancient record is to be found, have shattered the chain of acknowledged history to atoms. Remember, science is broken, right? What is saying? Three-body problem? Science is broken. We have shattered the chain of acknowledged history to atoms, and unto the chain is again united by a firmly established theory. Education itself, herself, must pause. What? Education must pause because we have shattered the chain of history to atoms. Science is broken and his story is broken. Education is broken. Education must pause. Ere she can, with the wand of truth, point to her rising children the history of the world or its inhabitants, she can't point to nothing. Suspicion has asserted that all the natives of the continent of Columbus, yeah, right, India Superior, might probably have been originally of Hebrew extraction. This is an Indian Israel tragedy in America. And this is the book we are getting right now by George Jones. Suspicions have asserted that all the natives on the continent of Columbus might probably have been originally Hebrew. So, all that war, 222 years out of 239 years, is a Hebrew war. They want to say our nation was born 1776, boss. You mean the invasion? The parasitic invasion continues since 1776. God. And on we go. On and on we go. When did you have time to be a slave? These Chickamauga made no deals. Dragon Canoe tried to chop him up. Someone backdoored Dragon Canoe. And they say he died from exhaustion after celebrating a recent alliance with the Muskogee and the Choctaw. Well, that's where you got to start. On the recent alliances. And what has it got to do with the treaties of peace and friendship? If we shall be at war with any Christian power, this is Morocco, and any of our vessels shall sail from the ports of the United States, no vessel belonging to the enemy shall follow until 24 hours after the departure of our vessels, and the same regulation shall be observed towards the American vessels sailing from our ports, be their enemies Moors or Christian. This seems to be an alliance between the Muslims and the Christians to take the promised land. I don't know. Because their stories, they're all looking for Prester John because, you know, these Christians, need help against these Muslims during these crusade time. Nah, man, they're tribing up together to slay Prester John and take the promised land. If any ship of war belonging to the United States shall be put into any of our ports, she shall not be examined on any pretense. You could just do whatever you want, right? And though she should have fugitive slaves on board, nor shall the governor or commander of the place compel them to be brought on shore. Who cares about their slaves? You can keep your Hebrew slaves and we can keep our Hebrew slaves. No requirement of payment. That's your slave. That's your money. You can keep your hoe, right? You can keep your hoe. That's your money. That's your hoe. It's just like low grade pimps, low grade ocean pimps, right? If any ship of war or either party shall put forth into a port of any and salute, it shall be returned from the fort with an equal number of guns, no more, no less. The United the commerce with the United States shall be on the same footing as in the commerce with Spain, and as that with the most favored nation for the time being, and her citizens shall be respected and esteemed. This is how they deal with each other, because they're making treaties. Psalm 83, right? In case of a war between the parties, the prisoners are not to be made slaves. This comes into their Morish Shield thing. Because, now, I can't make this stuff up. This is what this whole Moab situation is about that we got. In case of a war between the parties, the prisoners are not to be made slaves, but to be exchanged one for another, captain for captain, officer. This is why they can go into the courts now and say, you can't make a slave out of me, even though I'm a prisoner. Remember our Morish Shield, right? I know it's despicable, right? It's despicable. Sick. Makes you sick to your stomach. Oh, man, come on, man. What's the Morish Shield? We got it before. Love and truth and peace and freedom. Peace for who? Freedom for who? Oh, the actual shields. Okay. Okay. Nice. Hey, well played. Well played. Let's check out this PDF. I want to learn more, you know what I mean? I want to learn more. You know, what's being covered by this shield? What are they protecting under this shield, right? Yeah, I remember we saw a video on this, man. It was just breaking down these bullet points, you know, that were covered, and it's important, you know what I'm saying? Because all this is within this, I mean, this is the foundation, man, that the hijack has kept together as a glue, as a foundation. You know, as you've wandered and have come back into knowledge of yourself, these are, you know, these parameters are already put in play, man. This is how they treat each other. While we are going to war for our promised land, it's very important. They tried to tuck this thing. They tried to make it hard to find. I'll be seeing you. And let's dig on this Morish Shield, man. You ain't gonna be this.
Welcome to our Q&A portion of the video. Question 1. Who started Morish Shield? Morish Shield was set up by two active Morish Americans to assist with setting aside the discord facing their nation. 2. Can anyone use Morish Shield? No. Morish Shield is set up to aid and support card-carrying Morish Americans. You must be a Morish American to register for Morish Shield. 3. Will Morish Shield help get you out of trouble with the law? Morish Shield is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. If a Morish American has broken a law, he or she is expected to answer for that law. Morish Shield will notify the member's Grand Sheik of the incident. He or she would then evaluate the incident and proceed accordingly. All Morish Americans must proclaim their nationality, and in doing so, under their own laws, they agree to be law-abiding United States of America citizens. 4. As a Morish American, are you required to have Morish Shield, and does Morish Shield attorneys represent Morish Americans? No, you do not have to use Morish Shield services to enforce your rights as a Morish American. Yet it does show consistency and uniformity when you go through Morish Shield. What tends to happen is Morish Americans are not filing the correct documentation when dealing with certain courts. Morish Shield is set up to gauge these issues and make sure the correct information is being served. Our attorneys do not represent Morish Americans. They act strictly in a consultant capacity to notify the judge that the involved party is who they say they are and confirm that they are in fact Morish American. Morish Shield will then work with that member's Grand Sheik with assistance towards release or serving the correct parties. 5. What are some of the benefits of having Morish Shield? Morish Shield gives you a 24-hour support to notify a team of Morish Americans if there is an emergency issue. If any Morish American is unlawfully detained for any reason and is unable to work, Morish Shield will reimburse that Morish American for wages that they missed due to detainment up to $1,000 through the policy. Morish Shield also comes with 24-hour roadside assistance support. A percentage of the money raised for Morish Shield will be invested back into each temple and support each temple with their uplifting and public funds. 6. What if you are a self-proclaimed Morish American but don't have a temple in your area? Our Morish Shield directory will guide you to the closest authority or temple for your region or area.
As a former attorney, one of the things I've come to realize is there are Morish American city officials, Morish American law enforcement officers, Morish Americans who fight and serve this country. So we have to understand the majority of Morish Americans are law-abiding United States of America citizens, with the protection under the Constitution to practice religion as they see fit. In 2010, President Obama signed on to the rights of indigenous people. Many Morish Americans are indigenous to America. So what Morish Shield does is it helps to notify law enforcement magistrates and judges about Morish Americans. Going into 2015 to 2016, we will continue to work with government and city officials, as well as the Secretary of State office, to assure that all Morish Americans' rights are protected.
Y'all not gonna thought it was play. You thought it was play. That was just a little candy version. You know what I'm saying? These treaties of peace and friendship. Why do you think it's so important for them to make sure they're not slaves, even if they're prisoners? Who's making treaties of peace in 1786? Who would this treaty benefit? I know who this treaty wouldn't benefit, because I know who's at war against the hijack corporation at this time, encroaching on indigenous American lands. A treaty of 1786, that wouldn't benefit the Chickamauga Cherokee. No. No. 1786. Oh no. 1786, it was all the way up. All the way up. More land was being stolen and stolen and stolen. Who will be making treaties on the headbone of Dragon Canoe? 1786. The Americanas at war. The only people that treaties is going to benefit is Moab in it. The Morish Confederacy. Dragon Canoe tried to tribe up priesthood. He died in 1792, 6 years after the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. You think that's a coincidence? HaWah says you're going to come back with weeping when you know that your family tried to fight for you and your family was also fighting against you. We had to separate from those that wanted to make peace. Treaties of peace. Because we was tired of giving up all this land, y'all. We was tired of giving up all this land. By the time we got to 1809, boss, pretty sure you were tired of giving up all this land. 1809, boss. Nothing happening here, boss. You believe it? Nothing's happening here? Or did you just give up 30 million acres of land while nothing's happening here, boss? And this is what the Tecumseh said, no mas, man. No more. 1811 popped off the Tecumseh War. 1811 also popped off the Great Comet of 1811. The Tecumseh Comet, what they call it. Visible with the naked eye for 260 days. The naked eye. Something tells me about this Tecumseh Comet coming back. It might be visible for a long time. Great Comet of 1812, War of 1812, Napoleon's invasion of Russia, the war against the Rus at the same damn time. In China, some leaders of the Tricom sect took the comet to be auspicious blessing for their enterprise. So some people saw it as a blessing, some people saw it as a curse. The Shawnee military leader, Tecumseh, whose name translated as shooting star, claimed the appearance of this dragon as a favorable dragon during his mostly unsuccessful efforts that year to bring the southern tribes into his alliance, into his pan-native alliance, all inclusive for the native Naga, the Naga of nature, natural by law. It was unsuccessful because they were making treaties of peace and friendship at the same damn time. They had a Morish Shield. They had a confederacy. Psalms 83, for lo, thine enemies are in an uproar. They hate you. Those that hate you have lifted up their haughty eyes. Lifted up their head. They hold crafty converse against your people, HaWah. They take counsel against your treasured ones, HaWah. HaWah has treasured ones. This is why they mad, son. They mad because HaWah has treasured ones. Lot wasn't satisfied with his lot. He wanted more, so he took it from the treasured ones. And when they came to get it back, when Joshua and them came to get it back, they said, he's robbing us. He's Joshua the robber, boss. He ain't robbing you. He's taking his stuff back. When we take our house back, they're going to say, they're rebelling. They're robbing the nation. They're savages. They're looting. They're looting us. No, we're taking our things back. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation. They want to cut us off from being a nation. This is why they mad. That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. But there's something about that junk, that junk in the trunk. Something about that junk DNA. You know, something about these instructions to keep the code. Something about the coding. 98% is called junk. X marks the spot, man. They wanted to cut us off from being the X-Men, where X marks the spot. They want us to put down our towel, put down our cross, right? For they have consulted together with one consent. Against you do they make a covenant. Who? The tents of Edom and the Ishmaelites. Whoa. Moab and them. Yeah. The children of Lot wasn't happy with their lot. Ishmael, huh? Just like the ones pretending to be Arab. Just like the Choctaw, right? Ishmael. Because you got the loins of Eber, which is where you get the Hebrew, the Eber, right? You got Sheba, right? Sheba. Sheba. What does that remind me of? Akasha. 5 elements. Its main characteristics is Shabda, Shabba, Shabba. We're talking sound, Akasha, upper sky. And they turn it into the Shiva, which is the Shabbat. Halal HaWah. The name seems to mean the younger or the smaller. And we're talking Genesis. It is interpreted as he who humbles himself, and for his humility, Joktan was rewarded by being made the ancestor of 13 tribes. Joktan popped off the Arabic tribes, but the Arab were originally just the Hebrew flow. It had nothing to do with Islam or Muslim anything. They were rabbis. They were a rabbi, a rab, a lawgiver, lawkeepers, priesthood. The place of settlement of Joktan's descendants is given as from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephara, mount of the east. The district indicated is Arabia, a rabbi. But Targum Pseudo Jonathan identifies Sephar with Sepharim. Josephus asserts that their dwelling was from Kofan, an Indian river, and in part of Asia. Where's Asia? Adjoining it. Joktan in Arabic literature bears the name Qatan. Genesis 10, Joktan is described as the ancestor of several South Arabian tribes. In accordance with this statement, Arab genealogists hold Qatan to be the first king of Yemen and his son and successor Yarub, the first person who spoke Arabic. This is but the legendary form of the tradition that Qatan was the progenitor of the southern Arabs, or Arab proper. There's a difference when you talk Israel Arab and Ishmael Arab, because Israel or Eber, the real Hebrew, are the proper rabbi, propers, while the Ishmaelite Arabs were originally of non-Arab stock. So Ishmael are not Arab. They're non-Arab stock originally. We're talking the seed of Ishmael. Because to be an Arab is to be a rabbi, which means you're coming out the loins with the frequency of the Ra. But Ishmael was of non-Arab stock. And this is why they mad, and this is why they are tribing up with Edom and Moab and all of them. This is why they're mad. This is why they consulted together with one consent against you. This is why they want you to be remembered no more. This is why they want to cut you off from being a nation, because you are the treasured one. And you only have I known, right? Amos 3. Hear the word of HaWah has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family of Israel, which I brought out the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Plain. You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will visit upon you for your iniquities, right? Will two walk together lest they agree? I gotta get on you. Because you're my babies, you're my children. This is a family affair. And I've only known you. I don't know Moab and them. I don't know Ishmael and them. That's why they're not Arab proper. Because you only have I known of all the families of the earth. You are my treasured ones. Psalm 83, verse 4. That's why they want to cut. That's why they all want to form a covenant against you and cut you off. Don't you see? Don't ask why they lying. It's the first thing that's the first thing they say. We say, look, man, you're not spinning on a ball. Well, why would they lie to us? Because they want to cut you off from being a nation. That means they got to put you to sleep and spin you at 1,000 miles per hour. That the name of Israel will be no more remembered. They got to tell you from Africa. Like, say you're African American. Put you in 440 hertz. Make you worship JC. Zeus. They made a covenant. They all made a covenant. But let's just talk Ishmael. I'll get back to my video clips. I'm just popping off. Let's just talk Ishmael. Ishmael. Ishmael is not originally of Arab stock, but pretending to be a rabbi. Pretending to be Arabs, they are. They adopted Arab customs and intermarried with genuine Arabs. Israel, they intermarried by stealing our women, stealing our sisters. Same thing Genghis Khan did, and married into the Prester line that way through the women, which is why they got the matriarchy. Because the land rights go back to the women because they stole the women to get the land. Khan. Therefore, they're musty raps. I didn't say it, they say it. They musty raps. Another son of Catan was called Gerhom, immigrated to northwest Arabia, founded the kingdom of Hejaz. This tradition was probably invented at a later date in order to establish a close relationship between the northern and southern Arabs, because it is added that Ishmael married a woman of the tribe of Gerhom. And Gerhom is who? The son of Joktan. And Joktan is the son of Eber. So Gerhom is the grandson of Eber, and this woman was of the tribe of the grandson of Eber, and that's who Ishmael married into to get the land rights. Other than that, he is pretending to be a rabbi. He is not a genuine Arab. He is not an Arab proper. He is of non-Arab stock. We just talking Ishmael, right? It's part 3. Because Ishmael started migrating, ping pow, at the same damn time as the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, boss. Uh-oh. Got him. Got him. Because Ishmael's part of the confederacy that made a covenant consulted together with one consent against the treasured ones. Ishmael is of non-Arab stock. Ishmael made a deal with the devil. Morocco, the confederacy, the treaty, the covenant, their covenant. Against you do they make a covenant. Ishmael is migrating at the same time as the Shikamaga War. 1786? You coming in now? You coming in hot? What? At the same time as the wars? The same time Dragon Canoe dies, 1792, Ishmael's migrating in nice and strong and happy and getting land, getting what land? Why would they be benefiting from the treaty? Why would they be migrating to their own demise? They're not migrating and getting slaughtered. They're migrating and getting free land. Now they sit back, oh, this is my great-great-grandmother's land. How'd she get it? Was she migrating, boss, at the same time as we had to give up millions of acres? Oh, we're the tribe of Ishmael. Did you migrate into Kentucky? Join the Kentuckians? And are the Kentuckians not responsible for the slaying of Tecumseh? In Ontario, Canada, the Kentuckians tribed up against us in these wars, against the Chickamauga. We had to fight the Kentuckians. And who tribed up with the Kentuckians? Ishmael. For over 100 years, they're migrating in. Indianapolis, right? Now, where is the great American eclipse totalities? Look, man, it's crossing right through this spot. Illinois, right? Here's Mecca. Where's it? Where is it crisscrossing over? Damn near right over this damn mountain, man. The Holy Mount of Harmonics. The Moorish Science Temple at Pembroke, a small old African town. When I talk about the Morish Shield, when I talk about the Morish Treaties, and when we talk about Moab and them and Jeremiah 48 being judged, this is why, my naga, this is why y'all had to go into captivity. Because you over here migrating while your brothers are being slaughtered around Muhammad, around Morocco. Yeah, you from here. Yeah, you indigenous. But you didn't, you know, you didn't appreciate your lot. You weren't content with the lot HaWah gave you. You wanted everything. So you put your cube, the formula for the holy mountain figure is supposedly contained in the odd dimensions of the so-called cube built by Abraham and Ishmael. And this cube, is it there today? These were the lands that were given up in the treaty, are they not? This is part of the 30 million acres of Native American land for the settlers of Illinois and Indiana, 1809. And then you come migrating on the same land. We're talking Tecumseh in the Battle of Tippecanoe. You see where X marks the spot? Tippecanoe. It's the same Tippecanoe. The Wabash. It's the same Wabash. This is the lands we died on. This is the lands the prophet died on. HaWah, the prophet, Tecumseh's brother, the prophet, the prophet. Talking prophet's time. We're talking the battle of Tippecanoe. And here it is, Tippecanoe. This is where it took place. And this is where they're migrating. This is where they set up Mecca and Morocco and Muhammad and their cube and their crescent while we die. While we die, man. The Northwest Indian War is about northwest of Maxim. Look at our map, man. This is Northwest Africa, right? This is northwest of Maxim, right? This is the Northwest Indian Naga Promised Land War. Culminating with this Tecumseh flow, which is what? Which is what? The Israel Indian tragedy. Indian Israel tragedy. Suspicion has asserted that all the natives of the continent of America might probably have been originally of Hebrew extraction. Because these Americans are identical with the ancient Israelites. And Tecumseh, the chief of the force, has a strong analogy with the ancient Hebrew. Tecumseh's war was a Hebrew war, and they made treaties more and more. And a part of the Moabite Confederacy, Morocco, is Ishmael. And Ishmael was migrating at the same damn time. Look at the dates. The same damn time all throughout the 1800s. And these 1800s were Indian wars, Cherokee wars. Ishmael keeps migrating, keeps fighting against you, keeps fighting against you, keeps fighting against you. 1800s, Khan. 1800s, Khan. Because they have said the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Come, let us cut them off for being a nation. They have taken counsel against your treasure. Where's Morocco? Oh, right in Indiana, right in Illinois. So X marks the spot. The solar eclipse is our redemption, but it's also marking that Moab, Morocco will be spoiled. Their harmonics will be no more. This is around the time that they froze over, or the freezing of Antarctica, the little ice age. Go look up little ice age around the same time as this is going on. These harmonics cause the damn ice age. This is the time that Antarctica is frozen over, and here in the legend you can still see where the moraines are, which are rocks and soil deposited by retreating glaciers. You see these lines, these dots are the limit of glaciation. That means that this was a freeze over. When you look at the little ice age, this was the coldest time ever in American history. 1800s, 1700s, it was a damn ice age, man. You see glaciation lines, moraines, all these moraines. Shelbyville moraine. These moraines are what? Rocks and sediment Rocks deposited by retreating glaciers. So this is where all this stuff had glaciers. Glaciers, Managa, in America, over Illinois, Indiana, glaciers. Because of their mountain of harmonics, their pyramid of harmonics, caused a frequency shift around here, man. Now we got X marking a spot to get us out of the slave vibration. Because they can't make themselves slaves, but they can make us slaves, right? We're talking the Morish. God, there's a difference between Arab proper and non-Arab stock, pretending. Muster raps. That's what they call them. We go out of captivity, man. Yeah, we're going to take those into captivity whose captives we were, right? For HaWah will have compassion on Jacob, Isaiah 14, and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. Yeah, see, we became strangers in our own land. It was stolen. We were brainwashed. We were hijacked. You see Fort Wayne right here. This is Fort Wayne, and this is the Fort Wayne Treaty, where 30 million acres were obtained, stolen. Illinois, Indiana, Fort Wayne. And this is where Tecumseh's brother the prophet died in Tippecanoe. The Battle of Tippecanoe. The earthquakes were preceded by the appearance of the Great Comet. Now we got all these earthquakes happening in places that don't normally have earthquakes. Shout out to the cons of New Jersey, New York. Y'all be, in the utmost protection. So this comet and earthquakes coincided with each other. Visible around the globe for 17 months, just like we just got. Comet 1811. Tecumseh saw it as a favorable thing. He was hoping that it meant good news. At that time, it didn't. That time, it was showing that this would be a marker of destruction. Because we couldn't tribe up because we were making treaties with Morocco. Yeah, you wanted. Some of us wanted to join this confederacy against the treasured ones of Hawaii because they felt left out. Because you only, as Hawaii, know of all the families of the earth, they can't even claim to know the Creator. But you know the Creator and act like it ain't nothing, so you get punished. Because you know the Creator, and the Creator knows us. And now we know each other again because we're listening again, because we're back in code again. Treaty of Fort Wayne. So Tecumseh organized his own confederation of Indian tribes to oppose the takeover of 3 million acres of Indian land. Nope, 30 million acres of Indian land. His brother, called the prophet, gained fame when he foretold the total eclipse of the sun. You see anything lining up with 2024? After that day, the black sun, the brothers had no trouble attracting followers. So back to what the sister was kicking. Is this a normal eclipse, or is this golden sun going to be eclipsed by the black sun? Huh? September 17th, 1811, there was another total solar eclipse, which again was predicted by the prophet. The brothers' center of operation was at Prophet's Town, located near the junction of the Wabash and Tippecanoe rivers, Look at the orientation of the hijack as they migrate. The Wabash is here. Tippecanoe, Fort Wayne, all this. This is what you gave up. This is what the Tecumseh's fighting for in the last battle, in the last Hebrew battle, the Tecumseh War, Cherokee War. Those that did make no deals. They're seeing meteors, man. They're seeing the Prestas, comets. This is an Indian Israel tragedy, mana. This is about the ancient Hebrews. This is why Exodus is marking the spot. 400 years, right? Genesis 15:13. Tecumseh. We're talking ancient Israel. Identical. Hebrew extraction. They're calling this the Rosetta Stone, man, to aid the new translation of hieroglyphical history of now ancient America. And if our theory is true, not only have the Israelites walked the land where the sun bestows his last smile, but another nation in which was retained the primitive language of the Diluvian, which is pre-flood, previously trod the soil as aborigines. The Israelites are the aborigines, are the first Nagas. And that's what this war is about, the Tecumseh War. About the Nagas that made no deals, even though others wanted to make peace. These Nagas separated. They fighting because they separated. These Chickamauga separated. For the first 20 years, it was all Chickamauga, 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 Chickamauga. It was all Chickamauga. These Nagas was on the front line, and they separated because everybody wanted to make deals. Because you only have unknown of all the families that wanted to make deals against the treasure ones. Wow. For HaWah will have compassion on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land, and the stranger shall join himself with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of HaWah for servants and for handmaids, and they shall take them captive, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in that day that HaWah shall give you rest from your travail and from your trouble and from the hard service wherein you were made to serve, that thou shalt take up this parable against the king of Babylon and say, how have the oppressor ceased? The exactress of gold ceased. HaWah has broken the staff of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers. Woo! Yeah. It's all happening in the year of the dragon. Because the year of the dragon is about what? It's all about evolution, improvement, abundance, rejuvenation, and setting the foundation of WA for long-term success. Welcome to your revolution, my naga. Welcome to your redemption. Welcome to your rejuvenation. Welcome back, my air proper nagas. Welcome back to your success, your wealth. Welcome back to your renewal. You got your spirit back. You got your guardian back. It will always be mysterious to the hijack. It would always be unknown to the hijack, this dragon. And to slay the dragon, to slay you, they had to come together, right? Opposites had to attract. That's the only way to slay the dragon. They had to bring us everything opposite of us against us. They had to put us against us. This Morish treaty is the Cadmus, my noggin. This is why we spending time with it, not to bash nobody for making whatever mistakes you made. We made mistakes, you made mistakes, we all made mistakes. You gotta understand and see clearly. In the year of the dragon, you need to see clearly. This is the Cadmus, the coming together of opposites, which is how you can call HaWah's dragon Leviathan Satan. You had to bring opposites together, because that's impossible for HaWah's dragon in the book of Job. HaWah's bragging about, can you put a hook? Can you pierce this? Can you put a piercing hook through, can you control this dragon? If you can't control this dragon, how you gonna control me, man? It is called a piercing and crooked serpent. Why? Because it's twisting. Why? Because it's turning like a dragon would, like a dragon should. Leviathan is the law. HaWah. Leviathan is Levi, right? Priesthood. How is it Satan? That's the coming together of opposites. It's the year of the dragon. It's the year of the dragon. Do you see clearly? Do you see? Is it visible? Is it clear? Do you have the deadly glance back? A sight so mean you can paralyze with a single look, a single glance. Because this glance represents being able to see. You got the light in your eyes again. And that is deadly to the hijack. Paralyzing. When a Naga knows who a Naga is, it's paralyzing to the hijack. You walk in a place, they stop, they stare at you because you have the deadly glance. It's your light. It's visible. It's clear. You see clearly. You are the dragon. It's the year of the dragon. God. So welcome back. Welcome back. You've been rejuvenated. You've been abundant again. You are abundant. You got your land. Isaiah 14, right? Why will have compassion, right? Why's gonna feel us, or why's gonna heal us? We got that healing due, Jacob. You've been chosen. You only of all the families have I known. Of course I'm gonna choose you. I only know you. Of all the families on the earth, you only have I known. Come on, man. Of course I choose y'all. I know you bad. I know you bad. Y'all some bad, stubborn, stiff-necked children, but of course I got you, man. You're my babies, man. And this is why they mad, right? Because we are set in our own land. This is why they mad. It's called Promised Land. Cause they lose. And even though we had to serve the strangers in Genesis 15:13 for 400 years, X marks the spot. Now the stranger gotta join themselves to us and cleave unto us if they want to live to the house of Jacob. And we gonna take them. And the house of Israel shall possess them. If they good for servants, if they're good, they can be our servants. If they're good, they can be our handmaids. Because we're going to take them captives whose captives we were, and we're going to rule over our oppressors and break their scepters. Now let's have some fun, man. And that was just the intro. This is part 3. We're digging on Tecumseh Comet. I'm just saying, this is how they slay the dragon, man. The coming together of opposites. The Morish Treaty to bring us against us. Now you got a dragon eating its own tail. You got the Ouroboros, right? The tail eater. A Nagas on demon time. Nagas sliding on each other. Nagas gang banging. Is a dragon eating its own tail. Is it perpetual? Is it endless? It's even worse when you don't even know you're eating yourself. No, you don't want to be with that underworld, right? The way to slay the dragon is to make them eat their own tail. Put them against each other, right? Divide and conquer, right? The way to slay the dragon is the kind of issue. White versus black, right? Opposites attract, right? Now we're black and they're white, and white is fighting black, and now we're fighting this white versus black battle. When this war right here, Tecumseh War, had nothing to do with white or black. It was black on black. Because we was out of code and they was out of code. It was more on more. Tecumseh War. Now let's see what this is heading for. Fall back, fair use in your caboose. What did ancient peoples think during what did ancient peoples think during total solar eclipses? All right, what did they think? Let's find out. Enjoy this, man. We got a few of these, so we're gonna go quickly. Let's go.
Been studying these eclipses for centuries.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, the eclipse played a big role in ancient cultures. Just this week, we were talking about the ancient Chinese myths about the eclipse, and they believed it was a celestial dragon that swallowed the moon.
Hold up. So it's the year of the dragon, and this whole thing got to do with a celestial dragon? It's the year of the dragon. That's a separate thing. Okay. This eclipse is here and it got to do with a celestial dragon. That's another separate thing. And then you got the Tecumseh's Comet, which is a dragon, coming closer and closer. First they said it orbited every 3,000 years. Now it orbits every 71 years. It's pretty much here. Now it's like, I'm here, boss. I'm here. I'm here. I came a long way. During the solar eclipse. This is crazy.
And the sun.
So what they do is they bang on loud drums. That would be an effort to get the dragon to go away and then restore order.
So they want to slay the dragon. Ancient peoples is not you. Who they're considering ancient people could be a whole nother set of, they could be Ishmaelites. You know what I'm saying? We weren't trying to make the dragon go away. We are the dragon, man, because we see clearly, boss. All right. Come on, restore order. Let's go.
To the universe. And that is just one of the many tales that surrounds these solar events.
Yeah, so Matt is joining us now. And Matt, you actually spoke to someone who literally wrote the book on everything solar eclipse.
Yes, he actually sent us a copy. His name's Brian Brewer, and he's been to 6 solar eclipses across the country and across the world.
That's awesome.
But not only does he talk about his experiences in this book, he talks about when solar eclipses changed history. Take a look.
585 BC, there were 2 Middle Eastern armies, the Lydians and the Medes, who were at war, and right in the middle of a battle, they were right in the path of totality. You know, moon covers up the sun goes away. They took that as a sign, and they made peace on the spot.
Put down their weapons. And then the battle was over. They said, this must be a sign. We should stop. And it worked. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. You're
Very
so
cool,
excited
though.
for the eclipse, aren't you? All of our weather experts are, you know, it's just something that's just such a rare opportunity.
It's going to be great. Now we just need clear skies.
Well, and that's it. Now we're kind of getting
Now we need clear skies. I'm looking up. They spray like a mug, man. You know, it's all good, con, because it's energy. They cannot stop the mem sauce. Yourself take the wheel.
into that window. And so Matt recorded a video today, and we're going to be doing this each day leading up to the eclipse that you can find on our blog. Go to our website here, kind of a detailed look. And so we're kind of getting there. Let's talk about how this thing could shake out. It's an early call. Let's show you this with Future Track 13. So we're jumping to Sunday. The modeling for the last several days has been showing this system moving in from the west, and a little quicker too. So that means showers very much in play for Sunday. The question will be, how quickly does the low clouds depart? And then how quickly, with the system that comes in on Tuesday, will the high clouds come in from the southwest? Can't completely answer that right now. We're taking a blended approach. Please note that we're still 4 days away, so all of these numbers are going to change in some fashion. The thinking is now we're going to have anywhere from 50 to 70% cloud coverage in the morning. That should thin out throughout the day. The call for during totality now is a 20 to 40% high cloud coverage here.
All right. So they don't know.
Life is full.
Hijack City, watch out. Let's get the next one. Because we know we're going to take them captive. And that's what all this means. End of our captivity, beginning of their captivity. All right. What else can we learn? You know, we're just scraping together some last minute details as we get ready to ground our feet bones, man.
And the eclipse isn't just teaching us a thing or two about science, but history as well. Here's KVUE's Grace Thornton with a little bit about eclipse history.
Okay.
The last Texans were able to view a total solar eclipse was almost 150 years ago. In 1878, America was still a young country, with scientists ready to prove themselves as the path of totality passed from the Bering Strait down through the northern Rockies and eventually over East Texas. Scientists were trying to unpack mysteries about the sun's corona, the outermost beams of the sun's atmosphere, and if there was another planet between Mercury and the sun called Vulcan.
In other words, kind of like a black sun. Because they're wondering really what, it causes, even with the moon, phases of the moon. If it's a disk, it appears that there's a black object that seems to, cause these phases. Maybe like a black non-illuminated disk. You know what I'm saying? They could just call it another planet or dark object, or it's going into the dark waters, man. But let's back it up, man, because they trying to slip a couple little curveballs in, man. One more time.
Well, here's KVUE's Grace Thornton with a little bit about eclipse history.
Okay.
The last time Texans were able to view a total solar eclipse. eclipse was almost 150 years ago. In 1878, America was still a young country.
Young country. In 1878, America's a young country. Now, would that be the perspective of the Nagas already here? Copper color races found here. Would that be the perspective of Tecumseh and them? Or the hijack who is slaughtering Israelites to form what they're calling the birth of a new nation, birth of a nation? They love this country because it came with slaughter and bloodshed on Israel, on the chosen people, the only people who I ever knew. You got to understand the meaning of this third solar eclipse in 7 years, crisscrossing over America, over India, Superior, Panaga. It's because you slaughtered the only Nagas HaWah ever knew of all the families of the earth. You slaughtered, Panaga, the treasured ones. This is why HaWah mad. You cut off Israel. You need to understand. You slaughtered Tecumseh. You swallowed. You slaughtered the remnant of the Aboriginals, which are the Israelites, which are what they're calling the ancient Hebrews, man. We're talking Tecumseh. You made your deals. You migrated. You made your deals. You gave up the land. And you migrated. And it became an Israel-Indian tragedy. Why not? You slaughtered dragons. You swallowed. You swallowed the hopes, man. You swallowed Jonah, right? In the belly of the dragon. Slaughtered the dragons, man. This man or woman is a dragon, right? 1828, Noah Webster. This man or woman is a dragon. These are the proper Arabs that you slaughtered over here. These are the Americans that you found here. The copper colored races that you found here are the ones you slaughtered here because you just found us here. Now you stole our titles and gave it to your descendants, but time is up. X marks the spot, man. These Nagas you just found here, you then made a deal, right? With other Nagas you found here, and more of y'all started migrating here, set up shop right here. And you set up shop against the treasured ones of HaWah. I think we see it clear. So are you a new nation?
Was still a young country, with scientists ready to prove themselves as the path of totality passed from the Bering Strait down through the northern Rockies.
And the Bering Strait, that would be the Straits of Anian, through Colorado.
And eventually over East Texas.
And that was the path of this particular totality back then. Through the Bering Strait, straight to Antioch, through the Four Corners, Colorado, through Texas, my nigga.
Scientists were trying to unpack mysteries about the sun's corona, the outermost beams of the sun's atmosphere, and if there was another planet between Mercury and the sun called Vulcan, that they believed would only be visible without the sun's glare during the day. The U.S. Naval Observatory funded multiple trips for scientists to watch the eclipse in the best locations. Many researchers ended up in observatories similar to the one at Texas State University in San Marcos.
Well, we didn't understand what eclipses are.
Physics professor Blagoy Rangelove says eclipses have been a key to a lot of scientific turning points.
Some scientists knew how often those would appear, again, based on like the record. They were able to find the different cycles, and they were able to, even back then, predict, when the next eclipse will be coming.
Advances in science and technology in the last 200 years are the reason we can celebrate this celestial phenomenon.
So it kind of started like a long time ago for, I guess, science to slowly build knowledge and figure things out.
Before science and religion split in the 18th century,
obviously these are major events that different cultures interpret a little bit differently.
eclipses were generally feared.
One of the famous examples would be the Chinese. They believe that it's a dragon kind of gobbling up the sun.
Dragon.
I believe the Vikings, they thought like it was like hunting wolves kind of chasing down the moon and the sun.
Closer to Texas, according to...
I got a couple of these screenshots up. Let's see. Oh yeah, so that's supposed to be what they are supposedly have taken a picture of this comet, and this is what they see. Yeah, look like it's popping off. Look like the dragon popping off. What else we got here, man? Okay, I just thought that was cool. The left tall, beginning, the end. Yeah, it's a marker. All right. I mean, this is showing kind of a depiction of kind of what you might see, right? You see the comet coming in during this totality, right? Okay. Now here's what I'm talking about, the dragon eating the sun type of flow. You have a lot of different depictions of that. Ooh, right there's a nice one, right? People going crazy while the dragon is eating up the sun. The Tecumseh dragon popping off. You really want some of this, man? This is obviously you ain't on no damn ball and all that, but just peep what they saying, man. This dragon's popping off right out the sun. You know what I mean? It's a connection. So I mean, you tell me, man. You tell me. You tell me, man. But this was already here. These are the ancient depictions. We just talking about it. And it happens to be the year of the wood dragon. And Tecumseh's comet happens to be powered on. That's all I'm saying. That's all we saying. Let's get the next one. NASA to conduct solar experiments. Hold on, let me cross that out. Okay. All right. Let's get these experiments. What's NASA doing? They're about to go in captivity, but what's NASA doing? Gosh, the hijack. My bad. You know what it is. You want to know all about it, NASA. Fox 26. Take the wheel.
All right, the much anticipated solar eclipse is exactly 1 week away, and NASA is taking advantage of this rare occurrence to learn more about the sun's effect on Earth and how our planet responds. Fox weather correspondent Brandy Campbell brings you the latest.
Well, if you're going to be among millions looking up to the sun and moon during this total eclipse, I'm learning there's more that you should look, listen, and even feel for. On top of that, NASA, they're taking advantage of this rare occurrence to do some experiments.
to study how the sun affects the earth and how our earth responds to it. So how our atmosphere, and especially the layer that where carries our communication, collapses or changes due to the eclipse.
2 experiments will happen in the sky on WB-57 aircrafts. Chasing the sun 50,000 feet above Earth, one will capture images to discover more details of the sun's corona, a dust ring around it, and search for asteroids orbiting nearby. As for the second aircraft,
we're looking at solar explosions as they come off the sun and figuring out what they're made of.
Another uses radar sites around the world.
Do y'all buy this shit, man? Do y'all believe this? This is just what they hired some lady, some PR lady to say that they're doing. But we don't know. We don't have an effing clue, right? What the hell they really doing? They're not even talking about the rockets here. They're not even talking about the rockets, right? Huh? Anybody want to talk rockets? Anybody talking rockets, Bob? NASA to launch sounding rockets? What the hell? We're talking sounds. That means we're talking Akashic, my nigga, right? Right? If we're talking sounds, or we're not talking Akashic. We're talking sound, right? We're talking sound, right? Space, sky, ether. Akasha means the basis and essence of all things in the material world, the first element created. In the beginning is the word, my nigga. Now you're talking about fire and water, right? Earth. That's the dragon. These are the elements of sound. These are your records, your memories, what's contained in what they call junk DNA, right? Which is 98% of our DNA. Because the rest is it's just non-functional, right? We can't compute the code, right? And this is what they firing, sounding rockets, boss. Into the moon shadow, into the portal to get them records. NASA will launch 3 sounding rockets during the total solar eclipse of April 8, 2024 to study how the Earth's atmosphere is affected. Here's their cover. They always got a cover story. CERN got a cover story. NASA got a cover story. SpaceX got a cover story. I'm going to leave a link. I don't buy it, so I'm not even going to read it. If this is what you think the team is looking like, huh? A bunch of actors, man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. We want to study. Come on, man. And look what the rocket's called. APEP, right? Atmospheric perturbations around eclipse path. They make up an acronym for this thing, but what does the APEP really stand for? Just remember this stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Remember APEP. Sounding rockets at the eclipse.
World. Super Darn looks at the layer of the atmosphere that where communication can be affected, and it looks at the turning on and turning off of the sun that happens in the eclipse and its effect on that layer of the atmosphere.
Meanwhile, they will launch 3 rockets before, during, and after the eclipse, deploying scientific instruments.
We just got to say, oh, okay, cool, scientific instruments. What are these instruments? What's in them? What's in the payload? You're doing it 45 minutes before. That's 4 plus 5 is 9. Is this some type of dragon poison, some type of dragon webbing to try to catch these dragons when they come through the portal? Like, payload, and then you're going to drop it during the eclipse, and then you're going to do it 45 minutes after, just in case, like some type of extermination. We don't know what y'all doing. We can't confirm or deny any of this shit. This is hijack city around your face, man. NASA's busy. I wonder what SpaceX is up to.
Going up into that layer of the atmosphere, again, where our communication signals are key, and studying the changes in density and temperature while the eclipse is passing by.
Students will also help observing solar.
That means they can study these dragons. They can study what's happening with this portal. That's like a little spy weapon. Scientific instruments, right?
Active regions in one experiment.
Now, I'm learning there are some odd things that can happen during the eclipse, so what should people look out for?
It'll get cooler to the fact where you might need a jacket. You can look down and see what the trees do to the eclipse through leaves, actually projecting the solar eclipse onto the ground. You should also notice how animals react to this. Crickets might start chirping when it becomes totality. You might listen and hear a rooster after the sun comes back from totality, thinking that there was a nighttime.
NASA wants the public to help, submitting information to their Soundscape citizens.
All right, now they're just being cute, man. Now they're just being cute. Let's keep going. NASA's busy. They're busy being slaves in captivity, man. They want to join themselves to us, cleave to Jacob. Because they're going to realize ain't nowhere to go, boss. Ain't nowhere to run. Ain't nowhere to hide. Remember APEP rockets, right? Let's go.
Eclipses that will be occurring in Africa as well. The Great African Eclipse that will be occurring in 2027 and 2034 that also will make another X. Again, the Thu or the sign 400X marks the spot for judgment. And notice over here how both of the X's, just like with Little Egypt, just like with Southern Illinois, marks the X right around where? Around the first Egypt. And then again, the X's for 2017 and 2024 in America mark an X where? Little Egypt, Egypt once again.
That's great. Love to Truth Unveil. Let's get it from the top, man. Let's get a few minutes of these gems, man. You know, we're trying to gather information. Here a little, there a little. You know, dodge your own hijack. Get the babies out the bathwater. You know how we do.
Share with you, we're going to once again be talking about the upcoming eclipse and its prophetic significance because again, folks, it's not coming, it's now here. Judgment for America is even at the door, especially with the new year beginning and with this eclipse coming to also bear witness of it. We're also going to be telling you not only the prophetic significance, but the spiritual significance and how this could potentially lead up to the second greater Exodus indeed, as noted in Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 11 as well. So for those of you who already do not know, this is just a reiteration that, again, there was already an eclipse that occurred in America back in 2017, back in the summer, that occurred from so-called west to east, this way going from north to south, as we know today. So the next one is going to go from south to north or west to east once again. And this one will be coming up as of a few weeks from now, if I'm not mistaken, within the next 18 or 19 days or so, coinciding with an appointed time as well. It's going to coincide with unleavened bread. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. And so this eclipse is going to go this way. And this is when, of course, the sun will be darkened by the moon that will create a total solar eclipse over America, over the shaded regions as you see right here. Now, you notice a few interesting things about this. Again, folks, we've been reporting on this stuff for years now, years plural, and now it's finally here indeed. So again, the prophetic thing about this is that first of all, it makes an X. Why is that prophetic? You're going to find out in a moment to come. Not only that, but look at the area. Note the area that it's in southern Illinois. Why might that be of prophetic significance? Not only that, but you also see an interesting pattern as well with these eclipses. You see that it will make an all, or what they call aleph in the Jewish, but that's the first letter of the Ya'udiyth, or also.
And she just said Southern Illinois, man. Right? Illinois, right? Illinois, Indiana. This is right over where Tippecanoe, Tecumseh, the prophet died, where X marks the spot, where they set up their harmonic pyramid containing the cube, my naga. Just like some Transformers type stuff, causing a glaciation, ice age situation with Antarctica and all that stuff. And they migrated around this 180-mile long situation. And they would make migrations around it. I'm talking Ishmael and them. I'm talking the Promised Land. X marks the spot, man. Right in our face bone. I left to Tau, Alpha Omega, beginning and end.
A Paleo-Hebraic alphabet, which has then been, of course, translated and transliterated into Aleph in the modern Hebrew today. So again, the first eclipse occurred in 2017. This was the total solar eclipse, but then there was an annular solar eclipse that occurred back in October of 2013, so just about 5 months ago this time. And then in few weeks, there's going to be the total solar eclipse, the second total solar eclipse that will occur in 2024. Now, isn't that interesting? Because if you tilt your head a little bit to the right, you see what makes the Al letter. Again, these are letters in the Al-Bath and the Ya'udiyth alphabet, also known as the Paleo-Hebrew. That's the first one. That's where you get the letter A from. If you're interested in our Ya'udiyth 101 course, we talk about that letter extensively, and both letters extensively, because in the Ya'udiyth pictographic chart, you see that the first letter is Al, also known as the Aleph today. It has a numeric value of number 1. It's where you get the Latin A from, and pictographically, it symbolizes ox or an ox head, or strength, power, and strong, and this is how the letter looks. Very interesting that this letter looks just like all 3 eclipse paths that will occur in America. Definitely not a surprise or a coincidence. And then also the final letter right here is the Thu or Tha that looks like an X. X marks the spot, has a numeric value of 400. This is the final letter of the Al-Bathar alphabet, and pictographically means mark, sign, or Brayath, covenant. So why is that so important? Because again, what does Yahusha the Messiah say in the word? That he's what? The beginning and the end, the first and the last. Wow, definitely not a surprise or a coincidence there whatsoever. Why is the number 400 so significant? We've been talking about it on this channel for only the past 8 to 9 years or so, but about 400, where do you find that in scripture? That's right, Brashith, Genesis 15, 13 through 14, and also Acts chapter 7, verses 6 through 7, that what does Yahuwah say, and what did Yahuwah promise to Abraham, that you can also find in the Apocalypse of Abraham as well. He promised him that what? That his people would be where? In a foreign nation where they would be slaves for 400 years, and then that nation would be judged. So could this very well be the 400th year? Could this very well be the year that America is finally judged, with the eclipse bearing witness? But that's not the only symbolism.
Couple things. Love to the HaWah. And again, it's about pulling the babies out the bathwater, finding the areas that we do agree, and building on those things. And obviously when she says Jesus or Yeshua, it's the beginning and end and all that's all New Testament. HaWah is the beginning. HaWah is the beginning and end. HaWah is the existence. Our framing, our shaper is the beginning and end, Don't let them bring you into no sun, right? Because now you are bringing us into another God. MHOE, most high over everything. Go through the Son to get to the Father? No, we go through HaWah. And through HaWah, we can connect to the firstborn bond, Psalms 89, Khan Dawi, who is Prester John. One shepherd forever, Ezekiel 37. One shepherd, King David, whom I will raise up unto them, Jeremiah 30. Witness after witness after witness, Hosea 3, search for HaWah and Khan Dawi. So, we don't go through David to get to the Creator. We go to the Creator to get access to our shepherd, because now we've been proven through the code as a righteous flock. Halal HaWah. Hit the easy button, cons. It's that simple. No cap on my number 2 pencil. We go through the Creator to get to the shepherd, or else you're not worthy, because you're not a flock. You're not a righteous flock. You don't need no shepherd if you're not KTC. But once you're back in code, and Exodus 20 got us in code, then you're proven by our framer, our shaper, by HaWah, you are proven worthy of a shepherd. So you go through HaWah, you go through the code to get to the Son, whom HaWah calls my firstborn son in Psalms 89, when you talk the Khan of Khans, Dawi. And see how they have the Rosh or Resh as chief, first head? This is why they got their Ra flow from, really. Because they wanted their Ra, whoever is their Ra, to be their chief, their first, the head. But that's not the Creator's name. That's just an element of HaWah. Like all of these symbols are elements of HaWah. The water, the seed, the leader, the staff, right? God, the destroyer, the Shah, the mark, the sign, the covenant, where X marks the spot. 400 years.
And the only prophetic and spiritual significance about this eclipse, because we're also here at this website where it says the crux of the eclipse is Little Egypt's 7-year itch. So this is the reservoir near Carbondale, Illinois, that's about to experience the first of 2 totalities. It already happened in 2017, and then another one in 2024. Once again, these 7 years. But notice how, again, Southern Illinois, what is that area known as? The path where the 2 eclipses make the X, and the path where the 2 eclipses cross, is known as Little Egypt. Very interesting and suspicious indeed that it's known as Little Egypt. Why is that so important and prophetic? Because again, when you know who the real people of Scripture are, when you know where they are.
Illinois. So where would Cairo be? Is this right over Cairo? Is this pyramid of harmonics right over Cairo, Illinois? Say that I guarantee this isn't the path of totality. I guarantee this isn't a path. Oh, X is marking the spot. Big old X is marking the spot. Not a tiny X, a big old X is marking the spot. Where they migrating on Tecumseh. Where Tecumseh, the Hebrew, is fighting his last war. But this war continued with the same Creek, the same Seminole, the same Cherokee picked it up in the 1800s, the same Seminole, the same Creek. These same Seminole and Creek were already tribed up with big tech, man. They were already tribing up with tech. They were already there from the beginning. They were already there, so this is just a continuation. This is just a continuation. Same Creek, same Seminole. All through the 1800s, man. All through the 1800s. Then they go to Mexico. for more Nagas, Philippines for more Nagas. And that's their World War One when they get to the Philippines, banana wars and all that. Come on, boss. The whole time they've been at war against us. The whole time they've been at war against the Shikamagua. The ones that made no deals. The whole time they've been at war against the Shikamagua Cherokee. And this is the birth of their nation. America's a young nation. Because you stole it from the tribe of Israel, from the Khans. You stole it from the copper-colored races that were found here, not brought here, boss. You just found us here. You just found us here. You're going to feel this, man. You're going to come back with weeping in your heart bone that the ancient Israelites are the Americans, are the Indians, and that this is an Indian Hebrew tragedy when you talk to Tecumseh. When you talk Illinois and Indiana and the Morish Science Temple and the Morish Shield and the Morish Treaties, the coming together of opposites on the head bone of the Shikamagua that separated because they didn't want to make these deals because the rest of them wanted to make the deals to get more land. And now there were earthquakes in Indiana. Tecumseh was traveling and recruiting warriors among the southeastern tribes when Governor Harrison attacked Prophetstown with over 1,000 men on November 6, 1811, a preemptive strike by the U.S., which marked the beginning of Tecumseh War. So what popped off Tecumseh War? Harrison popped off Tecumseh War. Tecumseh probably wouldn't have done it exactly the way Tecumseh had to do it. But once Harrison attacked Prophetstown and killed the prophet, Tecumseh's brother, it was up, right? Who picked the fight, though? Governor Harrison attacked Prophetstown when Tecumseh was traveling because he knew he was recruiting. So he attacked the prophet in Prophetstown. And that marked the beginning of Tecumseh War. You better understand what this Comet is about. You better understand what this Great American Eclipse is about. It's the reason why it's crisscrossing here first, and then it's crisscrossing over there in the Middle East. It's crisscrossing here first. She's talking about first Egypt over there. Then why is it crisscrossing here first? If that's the first Egypt. If this is second Egypt, why is it crisscrossing here first? You got to make it make sense. You got to accept that you're in the old world. You in the old world. I'm talking to Tecumseh. He was already popping off with Dragon Canoe. But like they said, it was no major war, but yet the treaties were being made, and Tecumseh wasn't with that. Not just Tecumseh, a bunch of tribes weren't with that. They were rocking with Tecumseh. They wanted to separate from the greater body of so-called Cherokee, which means we the people. They didn't want to make the deals because they didn't want to give up no land. No more millions of acres of land. But this strike on Prophetstown marked the beginning of Tecumseh's war. So it's Tecumseh's rage at this point, right? It's all the way up. December 16th, when the earthquakes began. Bang. Tecumseh was the Shawnee and Delaware Indian villages, was at the Shawnee and Delaware Indian villages near Cape Girardeau, 50 miles north of the epicenter at New Madrid, and now they're talking about the same New Madrid being active today. The earthquakes continued as he traveled back to Prophetstown, arriving there in February 1812. Tecumseh's followers lost the Battle of Tippecanoe, but they continued to fight as allies of the British or these Nagas or Hebrews that were already over there in the UK, the United Kingdom, or Scotland and Ireland. All these were swarthy Nagas, so we had family and relatives as allies, is the truth. It was a more and more war, the War of 1812, between the United States Corporation and Great Britain, right? Which means that these Moors in Morocco and Moab and them and Ishmael and them, they also had to be fighting against these Brits as well, because the U.S. was fighting the Brits. And according to the treaty, you know, one party go to war, the other party go to war. You know what I'm saying? Your enemy's my enemy, man. Straight up like that. Hey, in the case of war between parties, we can't make prisoners of each other, man. You know? If a citizen of the United States shall kill or wound a Moor, or on the contrary, if a Moor shall kill or wound a citizen, the law of the country shall take place and equal justice shall be rendered. That's why the Morish Shield said that this is not a get out of jail free card. Because if you do commit a crime, certain type of crimes of murder against a citizen of the United States, then you still are rendered, justice shall be rendered, assisting at the trial. So, it's an eye for an eye type of thing. If any differences shall arise by either party infringing on any of these articles of the treaty, peace and harmony shall remain notwithstanding in the fullest force until a friendly application shall be made for an arrangement. I mean, it was just a peaceful thing. We love each other. We love each other. We love each other. Damn. Sick to my stomach. The Ramadan of the year Hijra, 1200, 1786. Templar take the wheel. Is 1200, 1786. Huh? Now we're talking David Salsler. Morocco, you got some explaining to do. This treaty of peace. Their peace ain't your peace. Their peace ain't your peace. This is our last stand, cuz. And it was a Hebrew Indian tragedy. And they killed the prophet. Tecumseh was killed in Canada 1813. He is honored as one of the greatest Indian leaders, both in the United States and in Canada, where he's considered a national hero. It was the last Khan to really, truly give a strong effort to tribe up the 12 tribes of Israel right here in America. Because these ancient Hebrews are the Indians of India Superior. These Aborigines are the ancient Israelites. They are the Hebrew extraction, which makes it a tragedy, boss, that you made a deal, a covenant against the treasure ones. Come and let us cut them off from being a nation that Israel may no more be in remembrance. Damn, that's a tragedy. You made that treaty against the Hebrew extraction. Tecumseh. Tecumseh. They killed Tecumseh. All he wanted to do was tribe him up. He saw that comment. He was trying to bring the tribes into a pan-Native American alliance. But let's talk some more about this comet. They're shooting at it. They're shooting at it, man. This eclipse is making a towel.
And when you know where they've been scattered to and where they've been enslaved for the past 400 years now, then scripture starts to make sense indeed. And prophetic judgments also start making sense indeed too. Because southern Illinois, this area, is not only known as Little Egypt, it's also known as where the two eclipses will make the X again. And that X is the so-called Tav, or the ThaWaDa, the final Yahudic letter of the Albathar alphabet, with the numeric value 400, symbolizing also the 400 years that was prophesied in scripture, as we just went over. But there's something also interesting about this area, is that this area is what? There was also slavery going on in this area as well, because there were enslaved so-called African Americans who worked on major plantations and rural culture around this region. Some settlers owned slaves before the territory was.
That's crazy, Aqua, because while all this slavery is going on, Morocco's thriving. Morocco's making treaties. Morocco's getting millions of acres of land because they're tribed up with the people that are stealing the land. Fort Wayne, Ishmael's migrating during all this slavery. They're not being brought to slaves because they can't make slaves of each other, even as prisoners. Even as prisoners, they can't be made slaves. So they have no threat. They're coming in. They got a bunch of open land from these treaties. Tecumseh is losing his shit. He's going crazy. Like, no more of this damn land. This is 2 years after Fort Wayne, 1809. He's going crazy. Tecumseh, this Hebrew, is going nuts in America. This Hebrew's going crazy. This ancient Israelite is going crazy in America. Because you're giving up Israel. And this is the Israelite you slay. Oh, that's a tragedy, man. Because you're migrating. Because Ishmael, the non-Arab proper, wanted to make a deal with the devil so that we can't be remembered. Because we, of all the families of the earth plane, you only, my noggin, have I known. Of all the families of the earth. So they had to go crazy. Tippecanoe. New Madrid. Look out for it, right? Greatest earthquakes. Kentucky popping off. At Henderson, Kentucky, were no chimneys left. Why? Why all this in Kentucky, man? Yeah, the Ben Ishmael tribe of the Ohio Valley. That's definitely in the path to totality. What's it got to do with Kentucky? Oh, Ben Ishmael were a collective of runaway slaves. Really? Because they're migrating into America. Yeah, okay. Native Americans. Morocco. Poor whites who created a nomadic colony in the Kentucky hills. For real? And these Kentuckians ended up killing Tecumseh. Yeah. They created cities like Muhammad, Mecca, and Morocco, and Cairo, where X marks the spot. What's it got to do with Kentucky, man? I mean, we see Kentucky. Kentucky. Kentucky everywhere. In Kentucky, no chimneys were left standing, so it's almost like all these places that they were migrating, these Ishmaelites, these Kentuckians, fighting against the Chickamauga Cherokee. They made a nomadic colony in the Kentucky hills, right? 1790. 1790, man, that's the hot spot, right? We're just bringing it to life. 1790, they lived far from settled communities and were forced out of inhabited lands at a regular pace. They try to make it a sad story, but in reality, these are Ishmael migrating as a military militia against the children of Israel right here in America in the Promised Land. Kentucky farmlands became slave farms. Buffalo soldiers, right? They're putting us in slavery. And look at this. They remain nomadic in nature. They're 300, so I said 180. It's a 350-mile triangular migration route stretched northwest from Indianapolis to Kankakee River, south of Lake Michigan, south through eastern Illinois, Decatur, finally due east back to Indianapolis, Monaco. That's 350 miles through all this territory. I wonder how they got that territory. Treaty of Fort Wayne, 30 million acres. Now they can migrate. Now they can do their Hajj, right? They can do their migrational route around their cube, the Morish Science Temple. Yeah. Battle of Tippecanoe where X marks the spot. Let's go, man. I'm getting too hot. I'm getting too hot.
Was organized and slavery was prohibited. So wow, what does that tell you? It's telling you that it's time to wake up and see the truth that's right in front of you. Because not only that, but remember in 2017, barely a month after the first eclipse, as we went over on the original channel, there was also the Revelation 12 sign that also occurred in 2017 on September 23rd, 2017. This day was a Sabbath, or Shabbat, by the way, and there was this sign that occurred in the sky as well. The Revelation 12 sign that only occurs once every 7,000 years, by the way. In Revelation 12, 1 through 2 says, "And there appeared a great wonder in the ShaLaWam, or heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered." Now, for those of you who can remember and recall, on one of the backup channels, back in 2021, around Purim, or so-called Purim of 2021, so this would have been around the end of February, the beginning of March of 2021, as it's known in the Gregorian, we did a video, a Scriptures Often Ignored video. Again, that was a series that contained 120 parts, prevailing in birth.
Right quick, go get this drop. We got a lot of drop to drop. But hey, out to the Aqua Truth Unveiled. And you see, this is Jupiter coming out her womb, man. And Jupiter is Zeus. You know what I'm saying? So that's why this revelation flow, this New Testament, it's all about Jesus, because it's all about Zeus. It's their testament, synchronized on, the Tanakh. You know what I'm saying? Our historical, our memories, our culture has been transmuted into their religions, and they've used it in pieces and try to refer to it and cling to it and attach to it, but it's not it. This is Jupiter being born. That dragon about to devour Jupiter was doing its job to be hijacked free. This dragon was about to devour this Christ child in Revelation. A dragon was doing what a dragon does against Zeus. So this is all about the birth of Zeus, man. So we got to dodge the hijack. But Aqua, we appreciate you, man. Let's go, man. Because, we're going to take them back in captivity whose captives we were. Yeah. We're going to take them back in captivity whose captives we were. I just want to shout out that art music I was playing earlier. Was done by this guy right here, this musician. And I just want to leave that link with you as well. Make sure you got it.
On October 19th, 2023, Wells Fargo warned its...
Come on, man. Everybody warning y'all. The gig is up. With the banks, the gig is up. The gig is up, man. Yeah, so, he's tuned his harp, you know what I mean? And, it's playing the Psalms, as it's written in the Hebrew text, to the best of his ability. Let's see what he got to say. Shout to Calming Heart.
Bringing out of the Hebrew language, so I just wanted to give you a sample of this. Hope you enjoy it. Harp sounds good and turned out really well, so I'm really pleased with it, and Zoe's pleased with it too. So thank you all for your interest, and we'll keep you posted.
What? Hey, shout out to Calming Heart, man. You see it, man, and that's what the Hebrew do. That's that Psalm 23 when Dawid play that harp, with the King Saul flow. You got the musicians in the court. They're playing that frequency, that vibration. We need it because we gotta, launch. We gotta launch above. This sound, this vibration they try to put on us. Remember with these APEP, right? They say atmospheric perturbations, perturbations around eclipse path. That's APEP. That's what they saying, right? Just remember, man. Also said, what's I got it here. SpaceX up to. What's SpaceX up to, man? Oh man. So you telling us at the same damn time that NASA's launching a rocket, ain't nobody talking about this? SpaceX launches Falcon 9, right? Here we go. Number 9 again. Ninth solar eclipse in America. Here's the Falcon 9 being launched from Kennedy Space Center on the first bandwagon mission. Bandwagon. SpaceX launched the first in a new series of rideshare missions that it dubbed Bandwagon. The 11 satellites rode aboard. So they launched 11 satellites towards this eclipse, right? Onboard Falcon 9 rocket from the launch complex, NASA Kennedy Space. So they're all working together. A day before the 45th Squadron, right? 4 plus 5 is 9. Forecast better than 95% odds of favorable condition. This transporter, like the transporter rideshare flights, the Falcon 9 rocket for the Bandwagon 1 mission, launched with a bunch or a batch of satellites, which were deployed over a period of time. However, SpaceX did not disclose the timing of the deployments as it typically does with transporter missions. So they didn't disclose everything like they normally do. Likely due to the presence of South Korean project. Yeah, right. Yeah, how favorable. So, in addition to the 425 SAT payload, the 10 other spacecraft include the following: Hawkeye 360 clusters, 8 and 9, 3 satellites per cluster. So this is part of their payload of what they're sending up there, man. The Hawkeye, the Capella. Uh-oh. Capella. Ain't that like the contemporaneous with Moshe in the Owaspy? Ain't Capella the same as Moshe in China? China is also a deliverer, contemporaneous with Moses and the Owaspy Bible, man. Am I dropping? Slow down, you dropping too fast. That eagle has always been the op, man, when it came to the dragon. You know what I'm saying? As far as the symbolism is concerned. Follow that eagle, you following the hijack. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. SpaceX is busy, man. April 7th, right? All right, that was, that's Sunday, right? Today is Monday, right? Okay. I knew SpaceX was busy, man. Something just told me SpaceX probably busy, right? NASA's busy. They're launching stuff at the Eclipse. SpaceX is busy. They're launching stuff, bandwagon, right? All in the year of the dragon. Free Phineas, man. The green color symbolizing the flowering of nature, the wood dragon, and the energetic beginning of a new life, renewal. That's what this means to us. I don't know about this destruction stuff, y'all, but for us, it's the year of the green dragon, man. Stop it, man. You can't stop us now. Even though dragons can be dangerous, the wood dragon is characterized by flexibility, the ability to adapt to a wide variety of conditions. 2024 will be the year of the green wooden dragon. You thought I was playing? It's the year of the green dragon. Free Phineas, the great American dragon. Yeah, got everything to do with Big Phineas, the last great American dragon, right? According to the China Kana calendar, the symbol is considered the most powerful in Chinese astrology. So all their other animals are real, right? But the dragon got to be mythological, but it represents the most powerful of all their symbols, representing energy, strength, and power. Power to the powerless, freedom to the people, additional strength to overcome difficulties, flexibility, the ability to adapt in a wide variety of conditions. You can get through anything. You got the strength to overcome anything. You got the energy, the strength, and the power. 2024, right? Yeah, so what are they launching at? What are they trying to hit? What are they afraid of? Alex Jones been popping off. Remember these guys, man. Hey, fair use, fair use. We're gonna do some criticism, you know. We're gonna do a little criticism. They're calling Alex Jones loony for his conspiracies. You know, I like to make fun of people too, because they look loony. Trying to call somebody loony. They look loony. Hijack free.
There are some conspiracy theories percolating in regard to an upcoming solar eclipse on April 8th. Far-right wingers like Alex Jones, of course, are playing into it. Now, for most of us, total solar eclipses are cool, rare, but otherwise unremarkable. But if you're Alex Jones, you believe that NASA is using the solar eclipse to initiate a dark Egyptian religious ritual, because why not? So here's a clip from a video that Jones posted on X with the caption,
I ain't gonna go too hard on them. We know what this is. This is just tragic, you know. They just laugh off what, Alex Jones is connected to Egyptian ritual. And is that crazy? Because CERN been kicking their rituals off. And a lot of it has to do with Egypt, right? So how loony is it? They put loony in all caps because they want, they're clearly well controlled, right? But this was supposedly a fake filmed sacrifice. And I'm not going to play it, but I'll leave it for you so you can dig on it, right? With the goddess Shiva and all this. And a lot of this Egyptian, type of connection. Then they got them dancing, right? Remember CERN doing their dance? And they're dancing with all these symbols and symbologies, man. And, then you got these rockets that are being called APEP. They say APEP. APEP. They're saying it stands for, atmospheric, yada, 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 yada. But APEP happens to have a connection with an Egyptian deity. And you're going to find a lot of Egyptian symbolisms when it comes to not just NASA, but all these scientific yada yada, all these so-called, programs and experiments and yada yada, a lot of this Atlantean stuff, a lot of it, man. Yeah, you remember these little weird dances they was doing? They came out like minors and they started stripping out of them, stripping out their clothes and looking crazy. Remember this? Yeah. They did a whole ritualistic dance right in our face, bro. Remember, 9 miners died. A building. 9 miners died. 9 miners died. And it's on the temple of Apollo. Come on, man. What's this, man? What's this, man? Oh, look at the portal. Portal. It's a portal. Man, this is too, you know what I mean? I'll leave the link. You can check it out. So these are rituals, and she's just going to laugh it off and call it loony, that anyone's connecting these rituals with all of their, so-called magic and black magic this and Egyptian magic that and Atlantean magic that. And to them it's just, he's loony. He says there's rituals. He's so loony. Conspiracy theory, conspiracy loony. You could tell somebody got a battery in these people, man. Let's go.
Right-wingers like Alex Jones, of course, are playing into it. Now, for most of us, total solar eclipses are cool, rare, but otherwise unremarkable. But if you're Alex Jones, you believe that NASA is using the solar eclipse to initiate a dark Egyptian religious ritual, because why not?
Because there's portals. Because all through indigenous cultures, they understood the black sun portal connection. And they're going to try to downplay this energy so much. I'll play a little bit. Just look at how much they try to downplay the eclipse like it's nothing. Like it's nothing sacred happening at all. Like the X mark in the spot has nothing to do with nothing sacred. No sacred frequencies. Just a bunch of loony conspiracy theories.
So here's a clip from a video that Jones posted on X with the caption, "Major events surrounding the April 8th solar eclipse. Masonic rituals planned worldwide to usher in New World Order." Bang. Let's watch.
NASA is notorious for performing Masonic rituals based on the Egyptian mystery schools. Apollo being the same character as Horus. Sirius.
Do you hear any lies? Do you hear any lies?
Representing Isis, and Atlantis being the new golden age they hope to restore. And during the eclipse on April 8th, NASA will fire 3 rockets named after Apep, the Egyptian serpent god.
Oh, I thought Apep just meant astronomical. What is it? What's Apep? I thought Apep just meant atmospheric perturbations around eclipse path. Oh no, it had a double meaning like the forked NASA serpent tongue, right? Like the forked tongue, it always has 2 meanings. Like the snake god, right? Bang.
Whose goal was to devour Ra, the sun. And when the sun reemerges after 3 minutes of darkness, it will be likened to the rebirth of Horus, their new king of the Golden Age.
I gotta say, that was a persuasive video, and I totally buy it.
Yeah. Look, come on, guys. Really? Like, really?
Wow.
So NASA is pro
It started.
Horus?
I'm sorry, Cenk. I'm sorry. I have to interrupt you. I have to, because the second I hadn't seen the video until right now.
Wow. You see this hijack?
It is that easy to make good beats with this kid.
See this hijack is in full effect. They just it's nothing. Hijack City is active. What ThaWaDa? For this.
The second the video started with an image of a lizard, that's it. I was done. It's over. Like, I lost it. I'm dead. I'm gone.
That's the NASA logo, lady. It's clearly a lizard tongue. Forked tongue, just like you speaking.
Like, what is this?
And NASA, of course, is trying to bring back an ancient Egyptian snake deity. How could anyone believe that? But people do. People do. And they're like, oh, I knew it. The Egyptians are back.
But why? For what reason? Like, why is this scheme happening?
Yeah, no, exactly, Anna. And then what do they, so there's so many things I'm curious about, because for these conspiracy theorists, do they then think that Horus is going to eat the sun, or Ra, or whoever's, and then we should be concerned but then wait, aren't you on NASA's side? Like, none of it makes any sense, right? But the ostensible reason they gave.
So we saw all that portal, CERN, ritual dancing. Portals being opened and created through this God particle hadron collider, 17-mile long super thing that they're now upgrading to even bigger, right? Portals they're telling you they're looking for the God particle. They're smashing this thing, trying to create enough energy, right, to put something in or put something out. I think they're trying to get out. They're trying to find a way out, you know what I mean? But all this is actually trill. CERN is doing ritual dances, doing ritual sacrifices. NASA's launching stuff called APEC. APEC is an Egyptian deity. It has to do with this alchemical serpent.
Gave, and I paid attention, was because they're going to bring back the New World Order. Why did the Egyptians set the New World Order? I thought they were the Old World Order. What do they have to do with the New World Order?
Look on the back of your dollar, fool. Maybe you'll see clearly.
And what?
Yeah, and that's a good point. That's a really good point. They really are the Old World Order. Why are the Egyptian, like, why are we
Egyptian eagle, Roman eagle, American eagle, follow the eagle.
dragging the Egyptians into this? Why are they part of the conspiracy? It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's because, unfortunately for conspiracy,
they both have Hebrews in captivity.
Theorists, their minds are a little jumbled, so they're not paying attention. They don't. The theory doesn't have to be within planets of logical or reasonable or true or not insane, right? Like so once you've crossed the Rubicon of insanity, an Egyptian, NASA wanting an Egyptian snake to eat the sun to set up the New World Order makes perfect sense, right? And this is the world we're dealing with, yes.
There's more. So
he doesn't even know what to say, because he's just insanity, loony, insane, loony. That's what they do to Kanye. Loony, weird, crazy, that conspiracy, boo. Once you cross the brink of insanity, this stuff starts making sense. You're not even talking about any of the mythologies. You're not talking about any of, this connection between all this magic science with Atlantis and Egyptian magic. The scientific field, the Church of Scientology, and again, the pyramid on the back of your dollar, fool.
Of course.
Let us be fair to Sir Jones because he might have a point here, right? Maybe there's a kernel of truth that we're missing. So as you can probably imagine, there is absolutely a rational explanation for the rockets. So Project APEP, it's shorthand for atmospheric perturbations around the eclipse path.
Wait a minute.
Wait till you get to the conspiracy theories on what that word means.
But it's also a reference to the snake god of darkness.
Now they're laughing at the definition of the APAP as if Alex Jones made this up. A perturbation atmosphere. Why you're laughing at him and you're laughing at what NASA's actually saying? And you're reading this like, look, I'm sure there's a perfectly rational explanation, and we'll just read it from E.J. Dixon from the Rolling Stone. He gives a perfectly rational explanation, and without doing any digging and investigation, as they're supposed to be their own network. They do no digging, but just pull up what the Rolling Stones have to say about it as the proof and the steady, the sturdy anchor to a rational explanation. Oh no, see, it can't be anything Alex Jones is saying because the Rolling Stones is saying Project APEP is shorthand for atmospheric perturbations around the eclipse. You could have got that from Google or Wikipedia, but it's also a reference to the snake god of darkness, supposedly the nemesis of the sun god Ra, ostensibly the title of the project, which is intended to measure changes in electric magnetic field. Says who? PR. It's clever, albeit nerdy. So now NASA is just a bunch of, these are just nerds doing nerdy, funny, nerdy things. They're not actually talking about Egypt, guys, right? They're just nerds.
Supposedly the nemesis of the sun god Ra, ostensibly the title of the project, which is intended to measure changes in electric and magnetic fields, is a clever, albeit nerdy, reference to ancient Egyptian mythology. I don't know what any of that meant. That was the most confusing thing I've ever read in my life, but sure.
Yeah, here, I'll decipher for you.
She don't know what it means. You just got it from the Rolling Stone. Alex Jones tried to tell you what it means. You brush it off like loony conspiracy. Then you get it from the Rolling Stone. That's supposed to be your perfectly rational answer, and you don't even know what the rational answer means either. So you don't understand Alex Jones or the rational answer coming from NASA by way of the Rolling Stone. So you just want to discount the science of it and the conspiracy of it. So you stand for nothing. And he's going to give you his interpretation.
The nerds at NASA were like, oh, it'll be cool because it's a solar eclipse, so it's covering up the sun. So we'll make a reference to Egyptian mythology where the sun is attacked. Get it? Right? And those poor guys.
His explanation, his genius is that these are just nerds at NASA making a reference to Egyptian mythology. Those poor nerdy guys didn't mean anything by it.
Guys, they're scientists. They only deal in facts. They don't know that the Alex Jones loons are going to take that and be like, what? Right?
Were these same nerds the ones doing the sacrifices in front of CERN too? Were these same nerds the ones that came from Germany during Operation Paperclip? These same nerds have anything to do with Operation High Jump? Were those nerds too? Anything to do with the Antarctic Treaty? I don't think this is nerd business. I don't think Hitler was on some nerd thing either. I think this is secrets, knowledge, occult, mystical. And Alex Jones is pointing out some of the hidden stuff, and without even researching it, you just discount, dismiss it as loony. That is an irresponsible journalist.
So, I can't help these guys.
Okay, but here's the thing. Listen, guys, I read that and I didn't know what it meant either. So it's okay to ask questions and try to figure out what it means. But I feel like people like Alex Jones take confusing things And then they use it to their own weird conspiratorial advantage because people are confused. I'm confused. What does that mean, right? That's when Alex Jones swoops in. He's like, I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you.
Look at this beast. I'll tell you. She's growling now. Now she's growling. So you don't know what it means, lady. That means you got to dig. You got to recon. You can't throw away the babies with the bathwater. You admit that there may be a grain of truth in what he's saying, but you don't want to go into it and dig any further. He took what the nerds said and turned it into conspiracy? Or is there some drop with the connection between America and Egypt and NASA? And now you growling at us?
I'll tell you what it is.
Wow.
Okay, it's the Egyptians.
Wow.
100%.
New World Order.
Wow.
Lizard people. Like,
wow.
But whatever, I guess they are having fun. It's just like, do you want to be scared all the time by like banal things? Like, I just.
What?
Yeah. But you know why he's doing it? Because then at the end, he sells them like anti-snake pills.
What?
Because
no, true.
Right? Like that's, kidding aside, he sells brain pills because he thinks his audience is worried about their intelligence. Oh, that's always the saddest thing in the world.
So I guess when you got nothing left, just attack the character of the man, right? Just attack the character of the man. I just had to dig on what the loonies were saying were loony. I said, man, what are the loonies saying about what's loony? When they say something's loony, you know, it's time to start playing the heart, man. It's time to start playing the heart. All right. Because remember, to have us in captivity will go into captivity. Because we shall take them captives whose captives we were. And look how they're responding. You know, just look at the little innuendos for the dismount, man. We just make it a dismount here. Just look at how weird they're acting about this eclipse. Almost like they know something that they're not speaking on, you know. They're not telling
If you
them.
ever tried asking questions to ChatGPT for research?
No, man, I ask plenty of questions and I do plenty of research, man. You want to bring in the alchemical serpent coming out of darkness, unconscious into conscious? Just look how strange they're acting about this eclipse, man. I've never seen nothing like this before. They're bringing in all the branches, all the alphabet gang is coming together to one place. For what? For totality? Because if it's a tourist attraction, you're scared of the tourism? Y'all let me know if you see anything weird about how these people are acting. I'll just play a little quick clip of it, though. Let's go. It's the Governor DeWine Solar Eclipse Press Con. Shout out to Hometown Station. Fair use.
Right after the press conference, I'm going to head to first Lawrence County, then Adams County, to look at the damage from the high wind and tornado, to see if there's anything that is needed, any unmet needs that local officials believe that we have down there. So I want to welcome everyone to the State's Emergency Operations Center. This is Ohio's nerve center when it comes to emergency planning as well as response. This is where the state agencies coordinate both with each other, but also with local agencies across the state during any kind of disasters, emergencies, any kind of major events. Monday's total solar eclipse most definitely qualifies as a major event. The last time Ohio experienced a total solar eclipse was 1806. Edwin Tiffin was governor, the capital was in Chillicothe, and the state was only 3 years old.
Whoa.
The next total solar eclipse in Ohio won't happen until 20.
The state was 3 years old. 1806. What? We was already fighting in war for the promised land well before 1806. This has already happened. How can your new state be 3 years old? These people talk like conquerors. They talk like conquistadors, man. 1806. So this supposed gap between what the Chickamauga were popping off, North Indian, Northwest, a Maxim War, all this Chickamauga War, all this treaty, these are still wars popping off, man. No major war, but 30 million acres got passed over. Illinois, right? And then we pop with Tecumseh, and then it's all the way up, all the way from there, all the way to 2024. The Negro, the Indian is still at war, but you just don't even know it no more. What do you mean the state is only 3 years old? These people talk like conquerors, right? They talk like conquerors. Because of all this death? Because of all this death on the Chickamauga? Because of all this death? The state's only 3 years old because of all this death? Damn. And look how they smile. Look how the brother in the back smile because either he don't know or he do know who he is, right? I wonder. You might see a brother, but all skin folk ain't kinfolk. And all kinfolk ain't kind.
Was in Chillicothe, and the state was only 3 years old. The next total solar eclipse in Ohio won't happen until 2099. Certainly no better place to experience the eclipse than in the birthplace of aviation. Home to Neil Armstrong, first person to set foot on the moon, John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth. It's a great, great place, and we imagine and anticipate a large number of people are going to come to Ohio. There are more than 500 eclipse-related events, formal events that are happening in our communities across the state. And there are more than 24 of our Ohio state parks and wildlife areas that are in or near the path of totality. Each of those state sites will have eclipse activities, and as always, Ohio state parks and wildlife areas are always free for everyone to enjoy. Because Ohio is the heart of aviation and aerospace, and because we have so much to offer, we're anticipating a lot of people to come to Ohio over the next few days. That's, of course, on top of the approximately 7.2 million Ohioans who live along the path of totality. Our local communities have been working to prepare for this influx of visitors, but there's no way around the fact that there will be incredibly heavy traffic and very large crowds. Consequently, some government services will be, let's say, stressed. But this time, I made a decision not to yet activate the Ohio National Guard. General Harris will talk a little bit about that. He has worked it out, so some training exercises are occurring this weekend, and they certainly will be prepared, and we'll monitor the situation as we need the Guard to come in. We certainly will be able to do that. They are ready. I've asked General Harris, as I said, to be on stand.
So they got the National Guard on standby, everything ready. They're going to have all the alphabet gang all in one room for the eclipse.
Standby to activate at a moment's notice if it's
I
situation.
remember we just got the Young Turks. She acting like it ain't nothing. It's not really no big deal. Like, it's just, I never really cared about it, And they're like, yo, everybody, we calling all branches of everything. We need everybody. We need all minds. We need all help. We need everybody. They acting like they don't care. Alex Jones saying, look, man, it's all connected to the Egyptians.
Situation occurs where the Guard is needed to help with things like traffic congestion. I am announcing, however, that we are activating the Emergency Operations Center beginning on Sunday, running at least through Tuesday.
Listen up.
In this room we're now in, it will be staffed by representatives from a number of state agencies. Emergency Management Agency, of course, the Ohio Department of Transportation, Ohio Department of Natural Resources, the Ohio Department of Health, the State Fire Marshal's Office, the Ohio Department of Jobs and Family Services, the Ohio Department of Administrative Services, Environmental Protection.
Wow.
Thinking I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat.
Think I'm gonna start cutting out the hijack. Straight up, man. I mean, how many, what? All in one room for the eclipse, man?
Health, the State Fire Marshal's Office, the Ohio Department of Jobs and Family Services, the Ohio Department of Administrative Services, Environmental Protection Agency, and of course, the Ohio State Highway Patrol.
Wow.
These agencies will be available to support local communities with whatever emergency support they might need. Teams here will monitor traffic in real time, and Director Marshbank.
And that's what they're gonna say. It's all about traffic. It's all about monitoring traffic. But which traffic? Are they monitoring traffic or are they monitoring you, Managi?
We'll tell you a little bit about that, and we'll be in regular contact with local officials. This also puts all these agencies in one place, which is the idea, so they can talk not only to local officials, but they can talk to each other.
About the eclipse.
If community needs any support, those here will be the ones to call. Those here will be ready to immediately organize resources and offer other assistance. Again, this is simply a precaution, but we think it's smart to be ready.
Right.
We're hoping that the planning for the eclipse will ensure that everyone has a great day. The planning includes talking with states that experienced the last total eclipse in 2017, such as Kentucky and Tennessee. We wanted to learn from them what their experiences were and what, frankly, they wish maybe they had done differently. In response, we've taken
Tennessee and Kentucky got everything to do with this too, just like Ohio. That's why they're talking to Kentucky and Tennessee.
Specific steps to attempt to ease traffic congestion after the eclipse is over. There are also plans in place to support first responders in the most crowded communities if necessary. We also need the cooperation of everyone traveling to the path of totality from other parts of the state and around the country. We've been encouraging everyone to plan ahead, get there early, stay late, and as EMA Director Sima says, bring your patients with you, pack your patients. One of the things that we have seen in other states and we would expect is the most crowded situation will be immediately after the eclipse is over and everyone wants to go home.
Or it's all happening, right? Y'all go get that drop because remember Managi, we're going to take them captives whose captives we were. Hey man, Killer Priest got a thing or two to say about it. Shout out to the Killer Priest, man. Fair use, educational purposes. I just want to dig on this, beautiful
If y'all don't got arcade, y'all better get arcade. It has the best samples.
We're gonna dig on this beautiful animation, man. It's like an animated story the bro told. He continues to tell, man, just doing a stizzle at all times, man. It's a really dope visual, man. I want to share it. Killer Priest, what it do. And Not Wing People 2 official music video, man. Shout out to the Khan. Let's dig on it, man. Ooh.
They
sent their spies from the 12 tribes. They felt vibe from men whose stature was high. No lie, Joshua and Caleb reported that they saw walls with alligators and satyrs. The screech owl, men renowned, each bow. I see down above this weed cloud. I'm flying. The land's packed, the sons of Anak know where they camp at. A black man sat wearing a ram's hat, demanded tax. In his sand with traps, in his hand an axe. Metal headband with cracks, his face was scratched. Shisha, Ahiman and Telma. El was their allies, brothers that fell from high. The evil that dwell inside, the people that swell in size. 12 spies, they came to a brook where they saw a great bush. They saw grapes and took, how amazing they look. The place was called Escol. Look at the death toll, so grab the grapes and let's go. The Jebusites place heads on spikes. If they see Israelites, then they're dead on sight. So they fled in the night, reporting back to Aaron and Moses about the people before Adam and their culture was the oldest. They said they heard of their grandfather Arbor, wore giant armor, defying honor, triumph and conquer. Rapha, Genesis 6, printed on bricks. Enuma Elish, the tombs of their prince, left ruins huge in the cliffs. Japheth, Ham, and Shem, Anakim, sons of God, daughters of men, they slaughter for skin. Read about them, Job chapter 1, verse 6. More verses, Job chapter 38, verse 7. There's many more sons that lurk the heavens. Look the book of Daniel chapter 3, verse 25. Wings with plenty eyes to demigods. Kings built their cities high. Ben high, Elohim, some say spawned from the devil genes. That's one way, but what of the Holocene? But as the days of Noah were, so shall the Son of Man supernova occur. Re-going to her, Asterith, Ishtar, and fish gods. Molech, slow death, cut the throat necks. The lamb's blood, the bull's horn, then wears the goat flesh. Goliath, the giants, the tyrants. Osiris, see the carving of Gilgamesh, that whole lion. 700,000 male-clad horsemen and chariots of fire. 700,000 torch bearers and cross wearers. They saw seraphs, Zoid shepherds, protected by cherubs. 800,000 angels with daggers of fire. 1 million slingers and shield bearers in front of messiahs. 400,000 bearers of lamps. 500,000 through the fiery axe. At the Nephilim camp, the sons of Anak. The impact took man back. The book of Numbers, ancient Cush and others. The south of Hebron, winged people before Edom. The king of Edom sits with his queen and she's blonde. Be gone, sons of Anak, near Iraq. Cross the map, they're back. But of course we're at another story.
Yeah. Shout out to David D. Flores, animation crazy, man. Great. Hey, he got a story to tell. Giants, man. They say this intersecting line is crisscrosses over Makata, which is near this forest that they connect to these giants over there too, man. As in the days of Enoch, right? Shout out to the Aqua. Man, I love my Aquas. I love featuring your great work. I had to go back in the crates to get this one here, man. This is Israel. Hey, out to the Aqua. It's my Aqua's a car right here.
Don't take my word for it. The traditional uses of the buffalo. Every part of a buffalo was utilized by the tribes in the nations. This bottom picture is the herd from 1860. The front ones that you see, all the way back to the end of the photo in the perspective, are buffalo.
Wow.
They just look, it looks like just dry clay, maybe like it's earth that is parched and needs some water because it's so dense of a population of herd. That's the chiefs. And this is what happened to them.
Wow. 1800s.
The chiefs were taken out. The heads were taken out.
1800s.
By these people.
IJC.
And people today will say, oh, I didn't do nothing. Oh, I didn't do nothing. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. Repent for the sins of your ancestors. We had to.
God, talk on it.
Sometimes it'll just lessen what's going to happen because it'll tell you the curses fall upon the children.
Talk on it.
Huh? Look at this.
Talk on it.
With glee and delight. Oh, this is a proud moment for you
Sick
to
mother.
stand upon the head of the mighty buffalo,
Sick mother.
to hold the head of a whole buffalo, the whole buffalo family, the
Mm.
baby buffaloes, the mamas and the daddies.
Sick.
It's not just the buffalo they were slaughtering like this and hanging and standing on top of and taking pictures with and cutting off heads and body parts.
Papa
A
Aqua.
wicked, wicked
Papa.
nation.
Woo.
Nations.
Papa.
A wicked people. Psalm 83. You
Woo.
think you not gonna pay for it and you get to get a rapture?
Mm. Rapture this.
In 1873, the American government killed 1.5 million buffalo in that 1 year alone
Good.
to starve the native people. You purposely wanted to starve men, women, and children and babies so you could get their land. That was your plan. Oh, be so proud. Oh, so proud.
Disgusting.
Send it all. Send all the money to the other nations. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So they would come to be more dependent on the American government to survive. Oh, reservations. Well, guess what?
Mm.
Some of us
Grocery
are
store.
unreserved. And so when you start hearing people do these Native American, American Indian color games like, oh, black people, not American Indians, some of us, some of our ancestors didn't get reserved.
Mm.
Some people got reserved because they fell for that okey doke, like, come on over to this land. We're going to give you some land and we're going to take good care.
Some knockers wanted to separate. Shout out to the Aquas car you popping off. Some knockers wanted to separate. They wanted to separate from the greater body of Cherokee in this revolutionary war. And the revolution is a complete change. They didn't want that complete change. They wanted to separate. They didn't want no deals. That's what the Aqua talking about, man. Free to know. Take them back in captivity. Whose captives they were. Free to not break the staff of the wicked.
Care you. The reservations today are sad. Our brothers and sisters that live on reservations are living in an abject poverty like third world countries because somebody in their family believed the American government after they did this to starve them out. Not to mention buried their children in church fields, hung their fathers by the neck and mothers, put them in concentration camps. Look up the Nacha concentration camp in Alabama. They tell you don't eat no Nacha peaches. Don't eat them because that's where all the people was sent to a camp and died.
What?
American Holocaust.
American Holocaust.
Buffalo bones gathered for shipment in 1872. The Santa Fe Railroad shipped over 1 million pounds of bones. The following year, the total amount was 2,740,000 pounds. I'm sorry, but the record year was 1874, the year after this picture above is taken, where over 7 million pounds of bones was hauled to Eastern markets. Wicked. Recompense is here. The great judge is loose.
Wow.
There is Pluto, Hades, hell to pay.
They shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. ShaLaWam Aqua is a car. From that aqua to another powerful aqua. My aquas are in the house. Popping off. ShaLaWam to my Akis. Man, I know you out here in grind mode, man, just in this last stretch. And you might feel like you're limping to the finish line. You might be sprinting through it. However you get into it, you get into it. Because it truly is a marathon. Truly is a marathon. Rest in power, neighborhood knit. So when the gangs tribe up, you become the unknown substance. They don't know what's going to happen. It's unknown. It's right. What's going to happen when the neighborhoods, when the gangsters in the neighborhoods tribe up, when the Bloods and the Crips tribe up, when the GDs and BDs tribe up, what's going to happen? That is mysterious, boss. Shout out to my Aqua, Kavi, Zain. Let's get slaves out the bathwater. You know, I appreciate her, Ruwa. Let's go.
And with this upcoming solar eclipse, which is going to come around on April 8th, okay? And so I've been telling you all about this series that my spiritual team just threw in front of me within the past couple of days called Theodosia on BYU TV, on the smart TVs. And this particular series has revealed quite a few things, especially surrounding the solar eclipses, mainly talking about the solar eclipse and how the powers that were, they're very fixated on using Egyptian dark magic to
Whoa. I thought it was loony. I thought Alex Jones was crazy. Hey, game point, game set match to Alex Jones. Because the Aqua just validated the connection with this Egyptian magic and this APEP situation that they're just calling atmospheric eclipse, yada yada yada, right? NASA's just calling the atmospheric perturbations around eclipse path APEP. Nah, boss, it's a little deeper than that. Aqua, take the wheel.
create chaos and to throw off the energy of the masses of humanity, because the whole objective is to establish power, to maintain their position of power. So all throughout this particular series, they're constantly saying hail adept, no, I'm sorry, hail a pep, chaos is coming, all hail a pep, chaos is coming.
Whoa.
So they repeat this over and over again throughout this series here. And as you all know, based on what I showed you the last couple of messages, a pep is the name of the 3 rocket ships that they are shooting up towards the solar eclipse on April 8th, okay? And so this series has given me a lot of insight. I want you to all to watch this clip, and then we're going to go on to further discuss what this clip is about. So just listen out, tell me what you think. Leave a comment below if you have anything to add here.
Fair use, fair use.
Pay attention to this next scene that's coming up.
Reports in from our brothers and sisters in Washington, D.C. The obelisk they had built is working.
And the White House?
It's burning. The government has collapsed. Same as here.
Our pep will be pleased. Has there been any sight of the...
They said our pep will be pleased, not a pep, our pep. They said it just stood for atmospheric such and such, right? But here she found a clip in the cinema where they're doing the ritual to the pep. They're doing the ritual, and this is what they're shooting, and this is the sound, the frequency they're shooting, the same pep. Another point for Alex Jones. They said he's loony, but they didn't do no recon, right?
girl.
So what she mentioned in this particular clip, she said the obelisk in Washington, D.C.
Same as here.
Our pep will be pleased. Has there been any sight
Again.
at the White House?
It's burning. The government has collapsed. Same as here.
Our pep will be pleased. Has there been any sight of the girl?
So what she mentioned in this particular clip, she said the obelisk in Washington, D.C. is flagging and that the Washington government has crashed. So obviously, once that actually takes place, that brings about a whole lot of chaos. And so that's why the reptilian that you see there said, Apep would be proud, because Apep, again, is the god of chaos, wickedness, and evil. And it is also the direct opposition of the god Ma'at, which is the god of righteousness, as well as the opposition of Ra, which is the sun god. And so this scene in regards to Washington, D.C. and the obelisk, keep in mind this obelisk is in many different places around the world, but what stands out for me is the one in London, there's one in New York, there's one in Washington, D.C. There are quite a few, but those three stand out for some reason for me right now. And, you know, I was born in Washington, D.C., but whenever I've gone back and forth to visit Washington, D.C., there was always a darkness that was there, like a literal darkness. It was always rare for me to actually go to Washington, D.C., and it's a sunny day and the energy was light. It was always low vibrational. And it wasn't until I awakened, I was there a couple of years ago, and I would ride around the city of Washington, D.C., saying prayers and casting out all of the spell work and the darkness that the powers that were it created. And I rode past the obelisk in Washington, D.C. specifically, and was sending out energy of clearing any spell work or wicked rituals they were using in order to maintain their position of power. So that's a strong suggestion for any of you who are in those particular regions, whether you're around the obelisk in New York, Washington, D.C., or London, or, you know, wherever you are. So moving forward about this particular scene, she said the obelisk was flagging because they are using the energy of the obelisk in order to maintain their position of power. The obelisk actually represents immortality and longevity of authority, and also serve to connect the heavens and the earth. So these obelisks are actually directly connected. They're hoping to utilize whatever rituals they have done with these obelisks is connected to the solar eclipse that's coming up. The one that has been erected, I believe the one that's been erected in New York was actually named after their Roman god Sol, who is supposed to be the protector of soldiers, but it's also supposed to be the Roman sun god as well. So consider all of these things that they have put up have meaning. Okay, the obelisk that they have out in London, that one in particular was actually stolen from Egypt and taken out to London. Okay, so they're utilizing these things in hopes that it will actually amplify the rituals and the magic that they've been doing to create eternal power and immortality. They're hoping that they're able to use that to give them longevity. Also consider the association between the two terms obelisk and obliques. The obliques deals with the abs, right? It's in the area of the solar plexus. And when we think about the solar plexus is also solar, which is talking about like the solar energy of the solar rays from the sun.
Right. So sometimes when, you know, they hijack these terminologies and now it's the Roman god soul, and then you got the soul evictus, but then you just got solar and you're back to the sun. And they may have their Sunday worship and call Estebanico child of the sun, or say go through the sun to get to the Father, but then you have a son and he's named Son. So these words, man, it's just about the intention. You know what I'm saying? We say top of the soul, Man, we're saying, hey, man, the sun is rising. The sun within you, the solar power within you, the energy within you. You know what I'm saying? But they give their energy, they give their soul away, right? They sell their soul. SOUL. Now we're talking soul music, soul, right? Top of the soul. So it's all about intention with all these words and vibrations. The crystal is neutral until you put your intention on it.
This energy, when it is blocked, actually creates, if a person has a blocked solar plexus, they're very chaotic in their energy, very controlling, overbearing, aggressive, angry, like they lack control. But when your solar plexus is balanced, you are in that I do. It's that affirmation of I do. You are in control of your actions and you are self-governing. And so a large part of why in this particular series they kept saying chaos is coming, in the series they actually wanted to create chaos. They wanted everybody in an uproar, in an upheaval, because their whole objective is to do away with law, do away with integrity, do away with anything that would keep a person, from practicing wicked deeds or evil deeds. They wanted all of that erased so that it's a free for all. And once you're in that position, then there's an authority that they feel they might have to destroy everything and to start all over again, right? And so that's really the objective at this time, is to throw off the energy of the masses. That's the hand that they're playing here. That's the strategy. Throw off your energy so that you are out of control, overly aggressive, angry, acting out without any self-discipline. So I strongly suggest that you all purchase some solar plexus crystals. Wear a solar plexus pendant around your neck, especially during this.
Hey, man, hit up Crystal James Jewelry, man. Hit up naturalbylaw.net. Most beautiful crystals, man. Just hit it up, man. Vibrate up.
Solar eclipse specifically, because I feel like that's going to enhance your solar plexus, enhance your personal power and your personal will, your willpower and your strength, your confidence and your ability to tap into what you're here for. It's really going to enhance you a lot. But we have to do also a declaration to destroy any wicked rituals that are being used connected to the obelisk. Okay, they're also aka the Cleopatra's needle. That's also another name for the obelisk that they have. Those statues, they're also called the Cleopatra's needle. So like I said, they have erected these particular statues for themselves in a way of creating immortality and eternal power. And it's very important to pay attention. If you have a chance to watch this particular series, you'll be able to see the messages that's coming through. It's not the most, it's not going to capture you to the degree where it's like, oh, this is good. But it's certain points throughout that particular series where it's like, wow, okay, now I get it. I understand this connection to this, why they're using this particular name for these rocket ships, what the whole objective is when it comes to the connection to the solar eclipse, and, what they're trying to create as a result of this energy, and what we can do in order to offset it. Because now we understand what hand they're playing, and so we understand how to move when it comes to our prayers to the Most High, working with our spiritual team, and whatever rituals and declarations you're putting out there. You understand what you're targeting and why you're targeting it. But I wanted you all to see that particular clip so that you can understand that there's a direct connection between the APAP, the three rocket ships, the god called APAP, which is the god of evil and chaos, their desire to throw off the balance of your solar plexus specifically. Okay. So I wouldn't be surprised if if they try to do something that causes like an eruption of anger, some form of chaos, some form of feeling like out of control, like you don't have much control over what's happening around you. Or if they try to create some form of a, viral infection that causes issues with the solar plexus, the stomach specifically. But I would just say stay in alignment with the energy, stay up on what's going on, do what's necessary ahead of time to get that gut health in alignment, to focus on healing the solar plexus, and to, do the rituals, say the prayers, and just, pay attention, because it's all about creating chaos. That's the objective of the three rocket ships that's going up under the so-called god, a pep.
God, the only rituals we need is the KTC. The only prayers we need to go up to is most high over everything. This is our identity we're talking about. This eclipse is a sign, a signal for our identity, once again, to be identified as the children of the covenant. We've been unidentified this whole time. They've been, using bywords and proverbs, and they turn us into mythology, but we back, baby. We back.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me at this time. My name is Shavi Zane, and I'm coming on to bring a message for the chosen. If you find that this resonates with you in any way, please be sure to like, subscribe, leave a
What a
comment
dish
below,
man.
and let us know how it resonates with your circumstances. So,
Wow.
chosen, I want to talk to you all about the
Yeah, get the babies out the bathwater, man.
eclipse that's happening on April 8th. Um, I've done a couple of readings. I've done two of them, so go back and check those out. This eclipse is very powerful energy. It is bringing about a major shift for everyone. Now, how the shift is going to impact everyone is going to be quite different. You have two groups of people. One group, no, actually, I'm going to say three. You have three groups of people. One group is the chosen. You've done the work, you've transformed, you have released all people, places, and things that does not serve your highest good, and you are committed to your path of becoming the best version of yourself. You're committed to it. Then you have the opposite end, which consists of those who are the karmics. They choose to remain in karmic energy. They choose to operate with this from a place of destruction where they lack integrity, and their objective has been to prevent the chosen from rising. Then you have a third group of people, which unfortunately are chosen, but they refuse to do the work as far as releasing karmic energy and karmic people. And that group of people are going to be in the way of missiles when they come flying. Let's just put it that way. They're going to be there in the tower.
They want to hold on to that demon time. They want to hold on to that demon energy, man. They don't want to let go and love their brother, love the creator. Remember HaWah.
When it comes tumbling down, because they cannot release the karmics, they cannot release certain patterns. And I'm not going to say they can't, they've chosen not to. So, with these three groups of people, this eclipse is bringing about massive change. For those of you who have stayed the course and you knew that there were certain sacrifices that you had to make, you had to release certain career paths or certain belief systems, you had to say no to certain things that was being pushed over the masses, you had to speak out, you had to step into your calling, you had to release certain family members, lovers. Like, you all have done a lot, and in the process of making all of these changes that you were divinely guided to make, you might have taken what seemed like losses to the unaided eye. And so a lot of you are still recovering from the shifts that have taken place in your life. But this eclipse is actually going to bring about a change in the 3D for you all, to where you now begin to see the harvest. You begin to receive what is divinely and inherently yours. Doors begin to open, opportunities become available to you. Beautiful relationships and connections are attracted to you. Things are up from here. Okay. Those people who have decided to remain in karmic energy, especially if that karmic energy consisted of them working up against the chosen, trying to prevent the awakening from happening, wanting to oppress, wanting to be in a position of power at all cost, doing spell work, dark magic, sending the evil eye because of jealousy, hatred, envy. These people are going to really feel the destructive energy that's coming with this eclipse. It's going to take them all the way backwards. What they do, the little that they have left is going to be stripped from them. And it's getting ready to be really, really bad for these people because they had time. They had time to withdraw and to seek some form of redemption, but they chose not to. So it's like this eclipse is the signal that lets the world know time is up. Time is up for the powers that were. They chose not to do right by the chosen. They, chose to take, and not give back what was stolen. They chose to lie and to create illusions for the masses. They created illness for the masses, literally cooked things up in labs for the masses, hid history, hid truths, okay, created false history. They've done a lot of things. And there were a lot of sheeple that decided to take the bait. People who held what some would deem as high honor positions decided to take the bait because for them it was all about money, power, money and power. And so everyone, I don't care how much money they have, they can't pay anybody to offset the karma that's coming to them now that this eclipse is signifying the massive shift that has taken place. No one can escape it. And so you're going to find that this is why it's a very tempting time to get pulled back into a very low vibrational energy, because a lot of these beings that are going down with this tower, they're going to want to pull you with them. So they'll come in, they'll tempt you. They will attempt to redirect your focus to distract you. They will attempt to lie to you and tell you that you're on the wrong path. They will attempt to confuse you by any means necessary just to get you focused on them. That way they can bind you to them and take you down when Babylon falls. But you all have been granted powerful gifts of discernment, and your intuitive gifts are very, very heightened. So you can tell when someone is genuine. You can feel when the energy is in opposition to you. You all have awakened your understanding on a very high level. So your spiritual eyes are open, your DNA is activated, you see through the smoke screens. And so I'm sure that when these beings try to come back in, you're going to be very clear about creating those healthy boundaries and allowing them to deal with their fate. The unfortunate part is for those chosen seeds who truly decided to stay amongst the thorns. It's like, why would you even do that? Why would you, because these are chosen seeds who were given a lot of signs, synchronicities, dreams, visions. Like they were shown, everything was being revealed to them, but they still said nope, because of their ego, or because of fear of being judged by others, or because they was just so emotionally codependent or financially codependent on particular positions or people or belief systems. They refuse to let it go, because at this point they have a point to prove, And they were afraid that if they took a different path, that somehow, the judgment from others was far more critical and valuable to them than the judgment of the Most High.
Wow.
And so, because they chose to stay and lie to themselves, deceive themselves and deceive others, they are going to be they're going to be caught up in the crossfire, is what I should say. They're going to be caught up in the crossfire because they refuse to let go. There's still time for them. There's still time now. But considering that April 8th is like literally it's here. It's, it's right around the corner. The energy is already here. This solar eclipse is the signifier of time is up. And so I strongly suggest for those chosen seed who might be listening to this message that's still holding on to karmics, that's still in situations that's actually lowering their vibrations, that's, taking them out of character, that has them in a space of fear or lack mentality, or if you're engaging in certain things that you know that you are being condemned for internally, you could feel it, but you just don't want to stop because that temporary means of pleasure is far more valuable to you than denying yourself of that thing that you shouldn't be engaging in. Unfortunately, for those chosen seed, they're going to go down with Babylon as Babylon crumbles. So if you are listening here and you find yourself still holding on to unhealthy patterns, unhealthy people, unhealthy beliefs, release yourself now. Cut that chain now, because you already have the tools in order to make it happen. It's not like you're in a helpless position where you can't release yourself. You can.
Hijack free.
And it doesn't mean that it's going to be great initially. It may not feel so good. Anytime you have to make certain sacrifices, you deny yourself of certain things that used to bring you temporary pleasure. Initially, it's going to be a withdrawal period. And that withdrawal period is never fun. But this is less about you. It's less about you and it's more about humanity as a whole. It's more about rising into your purpose and matching the frequency. Because it's shifting at a very fast rate. And so if you are so caught up in unhealthy patterns for the sake of temporary pleasure, but it's creating guilt and shame because you're doing it, I strongly suggest that you deny yourself. Do the spiritual work. Get yourself up out of that situation, because if you sitting around a karmic, if you're in a karmic relationship and that person is toxic as hell, they're unhealthy for you, they're unhealthy for your children, they're unhealthy for your spiritual growth. But you're staying because, financially it looks good, or, because your mama wants you to be with them, or your daddy wants you to be with them, or, because people might judge you if you walk away. Some sort of vain reason. If you're there for a vain reason, then you're going to be in the crossfire when those missiles come flying. So, it's a bittersweet time right now. Beautiful energy for those of you who have been staying the course. You've made a lot of sacrifices. You've gone through a lot, because you were committed to the process of change. And everything that you have invested is being rewarded. Everything that you have invested is being rewarded. And this is going to bring like a massive, massive change in your life. I don't even think you can anticipate what it's going to look like on the other side. Like, you can't even imagine how much better things are going to be for you. And no, it doesn't happen overnight. It's not like April 9th, you wake up and everything, no. But the energy has shifted to the degree where the doors that used to be closed, they're going to begin to open. Where you used to get a no, you're going to start to get a yes. Where you find that your love life might have been blocked, you're going to start to attract your divine partnerships. Your spiritual gifts are going to become that much more amplified and heightened. More truths are going to be revealed, more things are going to come out, more destruction is going to happen openly, where the powers that were, they try to only televise certain things, but these things are going to be so massive that they can't avoid it from being shown, because if it ain't shown on the news, somebody is going to capture it on their camera phone. Okay, nothing is going to be missed. The message will still get out. It's still going to circulate in large numbers. So you're going to start to hear about a lot more destructive things that's going to be happening. A lot more truths are going to start to come out about these people with so-called high places. People who have gained their wealth through sacrifice, lies, manipulation, pedophilia, sex trafficking, um, dark magic, siphoning of other people's gifts, creating illusions for the humanity. It's so many different things that's getting ready to come out. You all, it's not going to shock the chosen who have been awakened and that's really committed to change. It's not going to shock you, but it's still going to have that wow effect,
because you didn't know that all this time you was telling the truth. All this time you were digging on the drop. And the drop is you, man. Hey, out to the Aqua Kavi. It's all happening. It's all happening. Free the Naga. The truth shall set you free. MHOE. The code KTC. Hey, we did it again. I said, I put a crystal on my forehead. They said, don't look at the eclipse. I said, man, it's the only eclipse glasses a Naga gon' need. Put the organ on my forehead bone. Hey, out to the cons, man. Hey, they say don't look at the eclipse, man. Hey, get your third eye popping, man. Yeah. This is the Cleveland Indian mascot. Compare that with the Buckingham Nigger mascot. Yeah, the Buckingham Niggers. Buckingham Niggers. The same as the Cleveland Indian mascot, which became all the same. And they didn't use no typical Native American as their mascot car. They used the same copper color car found here. Dark skinned person of any origin, especially used usually with reference to American Indians when they talk the word Niger. Birmingham Nigers were Indians. The Nigers are the Indians. They reclassified us how many times? To take us out of our promised land. Which are the copper colored races found here in the promised land. Found here, my Niger. Not brought here. Welcome home. Welcome home in the year of the dragon. And surf the wave in the Discord, cause this is what we're having some high power drop at all times, man. You already know. Two Tick Rick is in the building. Where y'all could come, man. Aqua Taibazan. Always dropping that drop, man. So many niggas in here dropping that drop all the time, man. See, we got all these new categories. Like the top battles that put up the health drops. We got the health drop category, wealth drop, sports drop, science drop, tech drop, gamer drop, food drop, recipes. Chef Candy about to be up in there dropping her recipes. Weather drop, nature drop, secret drop. We got a drop for the off the grid cons. Dragon drop. Who was Prester John drop. Soulbone podcast drop. MHOE Fashion drop, Tribe Up Music, 432 Hertz drop, Most High Over Everything, Code Keeper drop, Flat Drop 101, and of course, man, who got the drop? Getting these categories, Car. And just drop your drop throughout the day. We appreciate you, man. I'm gonna do on this song, man. This New York Eclipse preparation. See if they going crazy. Like everybody else seem to be going crazy, man. They have Tybazan. They have St. Thomas. Man, these cons is busy in here, man. Doing their thing, man. Mama T, shout out to you, King Couture, hey hi. Everybody, man. Everybody up in here. We got a lot of cons up in here all throughout the day. So it's going up in the Discord, man. It's the year of the dragon. HaWah Nagas tapped in. The code from front to back end. These Nagas know what's happening. And prayers to all the cons. Any conditions, man, especially these earthquakes and tornadoes and whatever, man. Just, do your best to be safe and move with wisdom, my Naga. And, ground your feet. We got the eclipse popping off real soon. So ground your feet bones, man, and just surf the wave like you never surfed the wave before. I appreciate all y'all. Khan, true AI to everybody that has helped us reach another checkpoint, man. In the year of the green wood dragon. All we can say is, man, we did it again. You know what I'm saying? We did it again. We did it again, my nugget. We did it again. It's the year of the dragon. They say the colors are red and green and all this stuff. Sound like the Andrews crest, right? But Waga Nagas tapped in. The code from front to back end. These Nagas know what's happening. MHOE, I know.
We made it, man. And they face bone is like that. All cool, representing it's the year of the dragon. Cool, representing it's the year of the dragon. Cool, representing it's the year of the dragon. Cool, representing it's the year.
It's the year of the dragon. HaWah got knockers tapped in. The code from front to back end. The knockers know what's happening. It's the year of the dragon. HaWah got knockers tapped in. The code from front to back end. These knockers know what's happening.
We in N-A-G-A-V-I-L-L-E-I key. Did you know what that means? We in N-A-G-A-V-I-L-L-E-I quad. Did you know what that means? Got a hand on the Torah and the other on that magnet. I just try to turn him to a blue ghost like that Pac-Man. It's Nagarville, we keep the code and HaWah gives us fat land. The hijacks see us vibing, we just getting our attack plan. From the east to west we driving, north and south and front to back fan. The code we keep unites us automatically, we back fan. We tapped in from India, Superior, Lemuria, Americanas, Nagas that was found here in the area. All cool, got a con on the ride, so it's all cool. And the cool means to rise at the volume. When the con is surprised, we blow fumes. When the dragon arises and it goes boom. In the year of the dragon, we go zoom. When the solar eclipse makes a red moon, and Tecumseh's comments and make room. All cool.
Let's go. Representing the year of the dragon.
It's the year of the dragon. All cool, representing it's the year of the dragon. All cool, representing it's the year of the dragon. All cool, representing it's the year of the dragon. Cool, representing it's the year of the dragon.
It's the year of the dragon. HaWah got knockers tapped in. The code from front to back end. The knockers know what's happening. It's the year of the dragon. HaWah got knockers tapped in. The code from front to back end. These knockers know what's happening.
We in N-A-G-A-V-I-L-L-E-I key. Did you know what that means? We in N-A-G-A-V-I-L-L-E-I quad. Did you know what?
Get ready for your renewal. Get ready for your success. Anaga, get ready for your rejuvenation. You chose to put away that hijack. You chose to keep the code. that counts for something around here, that stands for something around here. That means you're ready to rise because your dragon's on the rise. And your dragon's on the rise because you are on the rise. And to rise means to coon. And we're ready to come together, form up, tribe up, vibe up, and rise up, man. Shout out to the Khan Dynasty, surfing the wave 9 above the barrier. We eat the walking across the sky. Stay up, suit up, choose up, keep the cold, keep the water flowing, and keep the fire burning. Drop Nation, allow. Wow. Burning ass damn tribal.